Bring the beats with Premium. Download and bring your music anywhere so you can dance to high-quality music without hearing ads. Mix up your playlist with song recommendations from Smart Shuffle, or take total control of your listening with unlimited skips and repeats. Experience music without limits. Tap the banner to get started.
Tyson on the bit. hoping that moving forward from this point, we won't be dealing with that. Thank you very much for understanding. And very quickly, may I inform us about the areas we can have conveniences. At the back there, there's a general convenience for everyone. And right here, there's a convenience for VIP. Shortly, we shall be closing the door this way as soon as we commence activities. And that door will be available for the tea break much later. Thank you very much. We shall be getting back to you shortly, but for now, we'd like you to feel very welcomed. Thank you.
What do you have? Let me just, I want to just let him finish that. Yes. See how it goes. Have you been able to show this?
Let me do some suggestions. Let's put the name of the controller general before the.
Yes, but what? Okay, the names. Okay, fine.
Let's give me
whatever it is, we try to break out
Yes.
so that we can buy. We'll just
Come
go
to
to
the
presentation.
presentation. So let the guys be on standby. You want to make an announcement? No, go ahead.
distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me on behalf of the convener of this program, the Controller General of Immigrations, welcome all of you to this evening. I would like to start by apologizing again, just as my colleague did, for the fluctuation we're observing with electricity. But to get these events started, please, I'd like to start by recognizing the service chiefs that are here. And of course, we must also recognize, first of all, the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, ably represented here by Yazid Bamudu, the Director of Policy and Strategies, Office of the National Security Advisor. I'd like that we welcome him with a very resounding applause, please. Let me then move on to recognizing the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher G. Musa, Defense Medal Officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented here by Rear Admiral Suleiman Haruna Abdullahi. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause as well. I recognize the presence of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Olatunbosun Oloyede, Nigerian Army Medal, represented here ably by Brigadier General Shehu Abubakar. We'd like to welcome you. Please a warm round of applause for him. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, Admiralty Medal, is ably represented here at this event by Navy Captain Owetemu Ekokotu. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause as well. And we have the CG Customs, that's the Controller General of Customs, Adewale Bashir Adeni, represented ably by Controller of Customs Victoria Chinwe Alibo. Please a warm round of applause for her. We have a list of Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, but let me quickly establish that we are being joined by the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal H.B. Abubakar, who is ably represented at this event by Air Commodore E.A. Ejodame, Director of Public Relations of the Nigerian Air Force, is in charge of Public Relations, Nigerian Air Force Headquarters. Please a warm round of applause for him as well. We appreciate your presence, and we hope that your presence here will add not just color, but add value to what we're here to do this morning. The rest of my colleagues will be doing justice to some more of the recognitions that we have at hand, but let me also single out the Commandant General of the Nigerian Civil Defense, Secretary and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, is ably represented here by ACG Ayo Obasa. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us. We have a few more recognitions that will be coming from the rest of my colleagues. I'd like to welcome you and appreciate your presence.
Continuing with the recognitions, I'd like to very quickly acknowledge our very senior retired here, ACG retired Ndubisi Ndife. Please, a beautiful round of applause. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of ACG retired ES Kaura FSI. Please, another beautiful round of applause. Please, we can do better than that. Can we give a better round of applause? Thank you very much. I'd like to also acknowledge ACG retired Dr. Ali Malik. Please, a beautiful round of applause. ACGI retired Abdullahi Usman.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of a special guest of honor at this occasion, this epoch-making occasion. The special guest of honor and chief host, Honorable Dr. Olubunmi Ojo, Honorable Minister of Interior, Federal Republic of Nigeria, being led into this auditorium by the convener of this program and the Controller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nanda, FCC, MMIS, FSMN, Controller General, Nigerian Immigration Service. Can we please give a round of applause as well? We're also being joined by the Thank you very much. Please be seated. And as you take your seats, I'd like to plead with one and all to please give us a round of applause, one for Nigeria and one for the Nigerian Immigration Service. Can we have that round of applause, please? Thank you very much. The special guest of honor and chief host of this event, Honorable Dr. Olubunmi Ojo, the Honorable Minister of Interior, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Workaholic Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalene N. Ajani. The National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, ably represented here by Yazid Bemudu, Director, Policy and Strategies, Office of a National Security Advisor. The Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa, Defense Medal, OFR, ably represented here by Rear Admiral Suleiman Shehu Abdullahi. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Olatunbosun Oloyede, Nigerian Army Medal, represented here by Brigadier General Shehu Abubakar. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, Admiralty Medal, represented at this event by Navy Captain Ohotemu Ekokotu. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal H.B. Abubakar, ably represented here by Air Commodore Ejodame, the Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Air Force. The convener of this epoch-making event, the Controller General, Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nanda, MCC, MMIS, FSMN, Controller General, Nigeria Immigration Service. Senior military officers and immigration officers serving and retired. The Controller General Adewale Bashir Adeni, Controller General of Customs, represented here by Controller of Customs, Victoria Chinwe Alibo. the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abakar MLD, MNI, ably represented by ACG Ayo Obasa, representative of the Controller General of Federal Fire Service, representative of the CG Correctional Service of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, members of a diplomatic community here in your numbers, are very critical key stakeholders, heads of civil society organizations and NGOs present, members of the press, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege that I have to welcome you to this important stakeholders sensitization workshop, convened at a time when the Nigerian Immigration Service is embarking on transformative reforms and innovations. This is at the heart of the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And at the heart of these bold steps is a woman of quiet strength and strategic brilliance, the Controller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nana Nandab. I'd like that we please put our hands together for her. The special guest of honor, sir. You will agree with me that the Controller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service is a trailblazer in her own right. CG Nandab exemplifies the very best of public service, vision, diligence, and a deep sense of commitment to national development. Under her stewardship, the Nigerian Immigration Service is not only embracing innovation, but redefining service delivery in ways that align with global best practices. Madam CG Ma, your leadership continues to inspire confidence across the immigration ecosystem. We'd like to salute you. Please, another round of applause for her. And standing in great support and encouragement in this journey of reforms and innovation in the Nigerian Immigration Service with her is a dynamic public servant, a legislator par excellence, and one of the most progressive voices in the Federal Executive Council, the Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Dr. Olubomi Tunji Ojo. Can we please give him a resounding applause, please? Honorable Dr. Olubomi Tunji Ojo is a man with keen intellect and a passion for results. Dr. Tunji Ojo has brought new energy and vigor and accountability into the ministry. Your unwavering support for reforms, especially within the Immigration Service, has not gone unnoticed, sir. In you, we see not just a minister, but a nation builder who understands that the Interior Ministry is central to our national security and governance architecture. For your unflinching support, which has helped in charting a new pathway for the immigration management in Nigeria, rooted in efficiency, technology, and integrity, we say thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Please, a warm round of applause for him. And I do say at this point that on behalf of my colleagues who will be coming on the microphone from time to time, and the convener of this program, we welcome one and all to this epoch-making event. Please, a round of applause for yourselves and the Nigerian Immigration Service. It is on this note, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor, that I then who comes in for the next item on our agenda. Teso.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy, for such a wonderful job. At this juncture, and without further ado, I'd like to invite for the opening remarks the 19th Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Service, Kemi Nana Nandab, PCC, MMIS, FSMN. Please, a resounding round of applause as she makes her way to the mic.
the Honorable Minister of Interior, heads of security agencies, my fellow Controller Generals, from the correctionals, from Fire Service, from the Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps, Director General of the Director of State Services, represented here, representative of the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, representatives of the Chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora, the top management team of NIS, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our international development partners, leaders of civil society organizations, the private sector, immigration attachés, very distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, a very good morning to you all. First of all, let me say a big thank you for honoring an invitation to join us here this morning. It is with great pleasure and an honor that I welcome you all to this landmark occasion, marking the public presentation of the Guide of Nigerian Immigration Processes 2025, as well as the commencement of the Stakeholders Sensitization Workshop on the major innovations recently introduced by the Nigerian Immigration Service. Today's event represents more than the unveiling of a document. It is a reflection of our collective efforts to reposition the Nigerian Immigration Service as a forward-looking institution committed to operational excellence, national security, and facilitation of legitimate migration in line with international best practices. The Guide to Nigerian Immigration Processes 2025 captures the comprehensive reforms undertaken by the NIS to enhance transparency, simplify access to immigration services, and foster confidence amongst migrants, investors, development partners, and the general public. It provides detailed and user-friendly guidance on visa categories, application procedures, residency regulations, clearance protocols, and the documentation required for various immigration services and facilities. Of particular importance are the innovations introduced within the framework of our new visa regime, which includes, but not limited to, the e-visa, the ESEPAC, our digitized entry and temporary work permits, the landing and exit cards. All these innovations are complemented with the installation of the e-gates and, of course, our command and control here at the service headquarters. These reforms are not only embedded within the guide, but also form the focus of the sensitization we're holding today. This workshop is designed to build stakeholders' capacity and ensure a seamless transition to the updated processes we're embarking upon. Through the integration of cutting-edge technology, we are streamlining service delivery, enhancing border security through biometric profiling and advanced vetting, and also promoting a more transparent and investor-friendly migration environment. These efforts, journalism, accountability, and innovation. In conclusion, we will continue to uphold our mandate of securing Nigeria's borders while facilitating lawful migration that drives economic growth and national development, and also regional integration. On a lighter note, let me urge each and every one of us here that this stakeholders meeting is to serve as a platform for us to engage one another and listen to your challenges and to listen to you, how best do we serve you? Because the whole essence of this engagement today is to hear your feedback and to help us improve on our services and to help us improve on serving you better. So while I say thank you for coming here today, I also want to urge you and also appeal to you to please make it as interactive as possible so that we can get your feedback and it will help us, like I say, to improve on our services for you. On that note, I wish you all a very engaging workshop, and I hope that the feedback we get from you will take it back to our processes and make sure that we serve you better.
Acknowledge the presence of the Secretary to the Board of Civil Defense, Corrections, Fire and Immigration Services Board, Major General A.M. Jibrin, retired. Please, a beautiful round of applause. In the same vein, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Ojochide Samuel Ame, FSI, representative of the DGSSS. Please, a beautiful round of applause. May I also acknowledge the presence of Olufunke Oloye, representative of Honorable Abike Dabire Erewa, Chairperson, CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. Please, a beautiful round of applause. Listen, please.
A very beautiful morning to the Honorable Minister of Interior and our distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, may I have the singular honor to invite to the podium for an address the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Please, a round of applause.
Good morning, my boss, the Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, distinguished stakeholders here present, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and staff of the Nigerian Immigration Service. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you to this Stakeholders Sensitization Workshop. This engagement is critical, not just for sharing policy innovations, but also for ensuring a shared understanding of the operational shifts shaping the future of immigration in Nigeria. As you are aware, the global landscape of migration and border governance is evolving rapidly. In response, the Nigerian Immigration Service, under the guidance of the Honorable Minister of Interior, has undertaken a series of bold and transformative reforms aimed at making our migration system more secure, efficient, and user-centered. This sensitization workshop will highlight some of these key innovations, including the upgraded e-visa and ESEPAC platforms, the introduction of the Nigerian Certified Immigration Agent Framework, the mandatory expatriate comprehensive insurance policy, the digitization of the landing and exit cards, and the deployment of e-gates at major points of entry in Nigeria. Each of these initiatives is designed to modernize our migration architecture, enhance compliance, and improve service delivery. We have convened this workshop because your role as stakeholders, whether as service providers, users, regulators, or observers is indispensable. Your feedback and your collaboration today will turn the policies into results and frameworks into impacts. I thank you for your presence, and I encourage every one of us to please participate fully so that the outcome will be as desired. God bless Nigerian Immigration Service, God bless the Ministry of Interior, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I think we can do better. Another round of applause, please. May I have the pleasure to introduce the Corps Marshal Federal Road Safety Corps, Malam Shehu Mohammed, MNI. Please, a round of applause.
The special guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Interior, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The convener of this program, a very delectable, great reformer, was brought great innovation to the Nigerian Immigration Service. Please permit me to rest on the already established protocol as I beg to introduce a man of uncommon vision, a man with relentless drive, Honorable Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, who stands tall as a beacon of modern leadership, young, bold, remarkably effective, dynamic, visionary, quintessential. In you, sir, we see reform, not rhetorics. It is also visible and measurable reality, as can be seen across Nigeria with what you're doing in the Ministry of Interior. You are not just the Honorable Minister of Interior, you are the architect of a new era in service delivery, where systems that work. It is on this note that I have the very distinct honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Interior, who doubles as our special guest of honor at this occasion, to please come to the podium for your keynote address. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister with a very resounding applause, please. The Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you. Please, may we have our seats, please? Thank you. While I'm tempted to rest on all already established protocols, please permit me to recognize my leader, who is here represented as the National Security Advisor. My regards to him. Let me recognize him. And of course, my partner in the Ministry of Interior, my amiable, the Amazon, the darling of Interior, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. I recognize you most specially. And of course, the CGNIS, I recognize you, and of course, the board secretary. And of course, our strategic partner, NITCOM, we recognize you. Please permit me to stand on all already established protocols. Let me, first of all, thank you for coming. Let me thank you for honoring us with your presence. We are extremely grateful, and we are extremely expectant of very blunt and realistic contribution to what we're doing in the Ministry of Interior. Let me especially appreciate Mr. President for the audacity and the innovations that you are seeing in the Ministry of Interior. I'll tell you this very clearly. Innovation is never easy, that's the truth. And you can only innovate when you're not scared of failure. There are times when the back will be against the wall. But what do? We don't retreat, we forge ahead. in the Ministry of Interior, we made a commitment. And what's that commitment? Business unusual. It's not going to be the same way. And of course, it's about value addition. And it's about our ability to perform our responsibilities in the best way possible, and of course, to the satisfaction of our partners. It's not about us as government officials, but it's about our partners, about the users of our platform. For us in the Ministry of Interior, we made up our minds that we will be bold, we will be audacious, and we will be tenacious. For anybody that understands that, that is BAT, not bold, audacious, and tenacious in delivering our product. And of course, when you go to the correctional center today, from the SIMS, Correctional Information Management System, to, of course, the skill acquisition program and renovation of our correctional centers. Just about 2-3 weeks ago, a major surgery was carried out in our medical facility within the Kuje Correctional Center successfully. Not in an outside hospital. That's to tell you how well equipped we are putting, the infrastructure we are putting in place in our correctional. When you look at the NSCDC, the level of progress that's been made, especially in the protection of critical national assets, ranging from our mine marshals even to a lot of our oil and gas platforms. It means that there is progress that is being made. If you go to NIMSI, there is progress for Federal Fire Service. We've been able, under the leadership of His Excellency, Mr. President, to have the response time for our fire service. All this we've been able to do in the 2 years of renewed hope. For us, renewed hope is not about renewed hopelessness. Renewed hope is about a new lease of life. Renewed hope is about not doing the same thing, using the same method over and over again, while expecting a different result. Renewed hope is about changing methodology. Renewed hope is about change in approach. And renewed hope is about a change, a paradigm shift in strategy of implementation. So in the Ministry of Interior, I say this is a place, is a ministry where there's full domiciliation of the tenets of renewed hope of Mr. President. In the Nigerian Immigration Service, we have started. Of course, we started via the automation of our passport application system. We canceled the physical presentation photocopy of our breeder document. And the archiving, manual archiving that was costing us almost $1 billion a year, that was a contract. We had to cancel that contract. Now, people upload documents themselves. It's easier for them. And it gives us ample opportunity before you come for your biometrics. It gives us opportunity to verify those documents ahead of time. So the integrity of our foundational data is better enhanced with this, while saving us of almost $1 billion every year. We're able to, and of course, that was the first thing we did. We automated the passport system end to end. And when God helped us, we were able to kill the madness of scarcity of passports. That's the truth. Years ago, people used to wait for months before passport. Years ago, touting was the racket within the passport administration system, where people, passport of 100K, people pay 200,000, 300, some 500,000. Because as I always say, if you want to kill corruption, kill scarcity. Wherever there is scarcity, corruption must come in because there will be stiff competition for attention. We were able to do that. And today, if you apply for your passport, unless there are queries with regards to your data or your background or whatever, you get it within 2-3 weeks, which in any part of the world is a good time. Even in the United States, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks for you to get it. In the UK, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks for you to get it. So if we are doing 2 to 3 weeks in Nigeria, we're not doing badly. So, and beyond the turnaround time, also this innovation has helped us to sanitize the document process. Because once you upload the document, it goes into our database. It means for life, there is a reference point. We can always have record management is now ensured by virtue of this before. Apart from doing that, we realize that our children and a lot of our people in diaspora spend months looking for appointments just to capture for passport. It was a problem. A lot of people had to spend money they didn't have, money that they do not have, are required. Why? Because I like to use Canada as an example because of its size, the second biggest country in the world by virtue of landmass. Somebody flies 6 hours to Ottawa just because he wants to get a Nigerian passport. We do not think it's the right thing to do. And under this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, what did we do? We introduced a contactless passport renewal system. Today, if you want to renew, I use the word renew because of security reasons, not if you want to acquire. If you want to acquire your passport first time, you have to go to the embassy. We need to be sure you are a Nigerian. We need to interview you. We need to profile you. But if you cannot be a Nigerian yesterday and not be a Nigerian tomorrow unless you renounce your citizenship. But once we have your biometrics, within 10 minutes in the comfort of your home, you can renew the passport. That has cancelled the problem we used to have in appointments. In the UK, I think we have, how many thousand? About more than 20,000 people still waiting for application, what's it called? Time for them to capture, slot. Imagine dealing with 20,000 backlog. Not because our officers are not working, but because it's a physical space. There is a particular number you can take per day. But what have we done? We've taken immigration passport office to your phone. Everybody now is an immigration office. Every phone is an immigration office. With this, our children, the pressure, a lot of them are in danger of being out of status in foreign land just because they cannot renew their passport. That era is gone. Today, you renew your passport, we courier it, we send it to you at home, and you can see it online. Nigerians in diaspora, they've been very grateful for that. That is a government, this is a government that listens, and a government that understands that our core responsibility is to provide succor. Our core responsibility is to be a source of solution, not a source of pain. And you can see what has happened within the passport regime. Beyond the passport regime, you can see what has happened in regards of our visa process. Of course, there have been hitches, but I said this very clearly. There is no solution, no technology in the world that you start without having little hitches. It will be there. Let's call a spade a spade. We should not expect perfection just because we are here. Even in the US, earlier this year, the whole aviation industry there was a glitch with aviation software. Flights couldn't move. That is the America. It happened in the UK, everywhere. It's technology. But of course, we will not, because of the fear of failure, refuse to do what is right. We must be courageous enough. We must be honest enough to identify our faults and courageous enough to solve those problems. That's what leadership is about. And I can tell you, within the first 6 weeks of the e-visa, we were able, and all is looking for who knows the minister. And all is looking for who knows the minister, who knows the CG, who knows the PAMSEC. That is not how to grow a country. That's the truth. Because visa is not just a migration management document. Visa is also an enhancer of economic growth. People want to come and do business in your country. People want to come for tourism. People want to see the beauty of Nigeria. But you don't expect them to be lobbying for access to come in. You must make it easy while not compromising national security. There must be that strategic plan. So the e-visa, I want to assure you, is here, and by the grace of God, is here to stay. And it is not just only Nigeria. Go to the UAE, Egypt, Ethiopia, South Africa, even I think the UK is about starting, and so many other countries. That is the trend. We cannot be scared of failure and refuse to grow with the rest of the world. We can't say because we are scared of failing and decide to be stagnated. We must not say because we love our comfort zone so much that to the point that we will refuse to be elevated or be promoted. You cannot love your comfort zone to a point that you bury your ambition. If your present comfort is a reason for you to forgo your ambition, then you need to check yourself. So we are a very ambitious country. Nigeria and the NIS is very ambitious. And not until we are able to prefer a solution that is not just the best for in Nigeria, but the best in the world, we will not stop innovating. And that's the truth. And also, you can the e-gates are there for you to see. We have started, the e-gate as we have it today is for Nigerians, carriers of Nigerian passport. And of course, there are other innovations, I don't want to speak about them now, with regards to the e-gate solution that will be coming up within the next 1 year. For us, we don't think about what we have achieved. Our target is always on what's ahead. We are looking ahead because God has given us our eyes to be in front so that we can look into the future. And that's what we're doing. And of course, the e-border solution. We know today the e-border solution has really also given us extra leverage in terms of our border security architecture. We are not yet where we want to be, but we are not where we were. There's been progress. And the simple truth, we'll continue to invest in our e-border governance and put more boots on ground to make sure that every inch of the Nigerian border space is well protected. Having said that, the ESEPAC, for me, the ESEPAC, this is a very important week for us because we are hoping that the ESEPAC, the TWWP, and all the rest will go live by the grace of God. We are hoping this week or within the next 1 week. The era when people need to go to a commercial bank to go and physically pay to buy form, that era is gone. To our expatriates, they should be able to sit in their office and sort out their residence permits. I imagine some places, for instance, where you don't have the specific bank, you need to travel for hours just because you want to be law-abiding. Our target is to ensure that everybody is law-abiding, but we must make adherence to our laws so attractive that disobeying or flouting the laws will not be an option. So the ESEPAC is going live, and by the grace of God, is going to revolutionize the whole administration of our expatriate management. Having spoken about that, The TWWP, I have said it very clearly, is being automated and is going to go live along with the ESEPAC. We have discussed with NECA, we are on the same page with one and all the critical stakeholders. Here is not where we discuss fees. But the era of using TWWP to circumvent SEPAC is gone. When people will come on TWWP almost for free, keep renewing, just to evade the law. That era is gone. So, for us, TWWP is automated just like SEPAC is already automated. And of course, I don't want to talk about the NICA, NICA, that's the Nigerian Immigration Certified Agents. That is still work in progress. Because all this issue of touting, because there's so many people that are being duped, so many people, touts everywhere, we have to look at how to regulate that space and to be able to weed off the wrong elements within that particular space. And of course, the landing and exit card. We're phasing out the physical card, paper card that we give to people when they're coming into Nigeria. And what we're doing, and of course, it's live, it's direct, and it's working. With all these reforms, and when you look just behind you here, you will see a new massive building there. That's our centralized personalization center that we have built. There is no country in the world that personalizes passport in multiple locations, more than 50-something locations. It affects the integrity of your system. And Nigeria, as I said, we want to benchmark our performance in line with global best practice. That is, the building is complete. And by July, we will start our centralized personalization here, just like it's done all over the world. So I don't want to bore you with the rhetorics, but I want to assure you, we are here, we are not deterred. Do we have challenges? Yes, we do. But are we scared? We're not. Are we audacious enough to forge ahead? Yes, we are. The PAMSEC.
This all things reform speaks and resolves and works in purpose. A silent storm of change, young, bold, brilliant, dynamic. Nigeria's interior indeed has found its compass in you, Honorable Minister. Please let's give him another thunderous, resounding applause. Please permit me to announce to all of us, those of you especially that are privileged to be wearing your tags, the workshop tag, there's a QR code on your tags. You're expected to scan it and please register. This is for our archives. And when next we have events, it becomes a lot seamless for us to extend the same kind of invitation to all of you. Thank you, and thank you for your kind attention. But let me also quickly recognize the presence of the Dangote group of companies. We all know them as a consortium. I'd like to quickly recognize Alhaji Bashara Abacha, standing in for Aliko Dangote GCON. Please a round of applause for him as well. Permit me at this juncture to quickly, Mr. Minister, due to the exigencies of your office, we are aware that you won't be able to tarry with us a while longer, but let me quickly recognize some of our members of our diplomatic community that have been here with us all morning, and in no particular order, please. I recognize the presence of Crispo Filippo. He is of the French embassy. He is a police attaché of the embassy. Please a round of applause for him. We also have Faturan Esther. He is of the embassy of Argentina. She is the consular assistant. We welcome you. Recognize your presence, Francisco Edumwe. He is of the Equatorial Guinea Embassy. He is actually the ambassador. Your Excellency, you're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him. Recognize your presence, Eunice Simu Gam. He is of the Netherlands Embassy, Head of Operations and Consular Section. Please a round of applause, please. Recognize the presence, Mehmet İyim. Mehmet İyim is of a Turkish embassy and is a consultant to the Ministry of Interiors of that embassy. We welcome you. Recognize the presence, Aline Bilen. Aline Bilen is of the Turkish Embassy Abuja as well. He's the head of the consular section. We welcome you. Päivi Yuki Kimi is of the Embassy of Finland and is the head of administration. We welcome you. We also welcome Kiosak. Can we please start coming out, please? The minister will come last and the convener, but the rest of us can come and line up. Minister will come after. Let them stand and then I can invite you and who will be leading you. Sejima, please wait for the minister briefly. Thank you. Please, right here. Some of you can come up and some of us will be, yes, some can stand here and then the minister and of course the CG Immigration Service and Permanent Secretary will be on the lower platform. Can you please stand in readiness for the photograph, please? There will be time for exchange of pleasantries and networking afterwards. Can we take our positions, please? Rep of Service Chiefs, Rep of NSA on the front row, Call Marshal, front row. All of you can stand on the front row, especially that we don't have too many on the front row. It is after this that I'll be inviting members of the diplomatic community to then take their turn. Please let's stand in a position that is befitting for this photograph. As I then invite the special guest of honor to be led by the convener of this program and the permanent secretary, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Can we please have you join? The Honorable Minister, sir. The Honorable Minister, sir. Photographers, please be on standby for this photography. Yes, sir. We'll have you join them, sir. That's why I said some of you can step up, and the minister and the CG will be on the lower platform. Honorable Minister, you are very lucky. You are sandwiched between two lovely women. Please, after this, the rest of you can take your seats, except for the CG, the Minister, and of course the Permanent Secretary, whilst I invite members of the diplomatic community to please come out and join the Honorable Minister for a group photograph. Okay, let's invite the board secretaries. Stay with them. Board secretary, sir. Yes, sir. Members of the diplomatic community, in your members, if I feel there were too many, we may have to take it in two batches. But please, can you come join the Honorable Minister? Time is of the essence. Please take your positions, please. Some of you on this side, some of you on the other side, but you can also stand up here, just one step up, and then you'll be fine. Thank you very much. Some can stand on the lower platform where the CG Immigrations is, so that she's not left alone, please. If you're not comfortable, madam, you can stand right in front. You're here already. Hello. Yes, next to him. Please, those of you from the Chinese embassy, please. all comfortable, please? Senior immigration officers retired. Okay, thank you very much, members of the Diplomatic Corps. Please, the Honorable Minister, tarry with us a while. Board Secretary, tarry with us a while, as well as the CG, who is the convener of this program. All the CGs that are in the hall, those serving, and then afterwards we'll take those retired. All the CGs and heads of directors. The Honorable Minister, sir, I just want to inform you, there's a bit of amendment to our program of events, and the amendment is just very simple. We have decided to push tea break and lunch together. Just kindly bear with us, because we have something very critical that is an integral part of this program that must happen almost immediately, and which is what my colleague and brother tells. Yes, thank you very much. Just the three of them, the four of them, Madam, CG, Minister, and the four of you, photograph, and then we'll bring to a close. Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. You have a nice day, sir. Please, the rest of you, let's settle down at this point. Mr. Tenso, please come to the podium.
Thank you, Andy. The program continues, please. May I very quickly apologize to those who have not been able to recognize up until this moment. We will be doing that very shortly. I'd like to, in that regard, acknowledge the presence of the DG, Nigeria Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, who is ably represented by Ambassador Dr. Lawrence Olufumi Obisokin. Please, a beautiful round of applause for him. May I also very quickly acknowledge the presence of Madi Chair CEO Mrs. Representative Secretary, Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. Please, a beautiful round of applause. I would also like to very quickly acknowledge the presence of the Association of Retired Nigerian Immigration Service who are here, and invite a beautiful round of applause for all of them. It's something we all aspire to. And the leader is ACGI retired ES Kadra. Please, a beautiful round of applause for him. At this juncture, we shall be taking a presentation, and I'd like to invite to the microphone for the presentation very brilliant officers, ACI Patrick Ude and ACI Makinjola Owo Lawashe. Please, a beautiful round of applause as they approach the podium. Thank you.
Have all been taken online, so all visas for Nigeria can be obtained online. So we have the e-visa that have 13 different classes, and we have other classes of visas that can be obtained at the embassy, but they are all obtainable online. So the online portal allows for initiation of these processes for those at the embassy, and then scheduling of interview takes place at the embassy, and then the final decision is given. I want us to look at some of the key features of the Nigerian visa services. Like I said earlier, it is purely online. Both the e-visa and the regular visa applicants are meant to visit. I'll share the URL for each of the classes of visa, the e-visa and the regular visa. The issuance is purely electronic, so it saves us the stress of issuing VIDNet, that when it comes to the e-visa, there is no longer VIDNet. You have your e-visa issued electronically with the digital copy, and that is all you need as regards the e-visa. The validity and duration has also been adjusted. We have 30 to 90 days validity, and then duration of stay is also between 30 to 90 days. There are multiple visa categories that have been catered for, and we shall be looking at them shortly. For the purpose of efficiency and transparency, the e-visa platform decision can be taken within 48 hours, all things being equal. That is to say, when all the applications and documentations that have been provided are all in order, within 48 hours, the traveler is expected to get a decision. But when there is an issue, it might proceed a bit further than 48 hours for clarity. And our visa at the embassy is within 14 working days, all things being equal. Our platform, as we've heard, the Honorable Minister told us, is secure and it is reliable. These processes actually domesticates the Nigerian Visa Policy 2025, and it takes it end-to-end, the entire life cycle of the visa process. The eligibility for all our visas still remains the same. 6-month passport validity, provision of accurate data and information, documentations that are expected of all travelers. Once all that is provided, a payment is made, appointment is scheduled for those who are going through the embassy, and for those on the e-visa, once payment is made, a decision is taken, and then the visa is issued. The Nigerian Visa Policy 2025 has made a bit of an adjustment to what we had with the Nigerian Visa Policy 2024. In the Visa Policy 2024, we had 78 classes, but in the Visa Policy 2025, it has been reduced or compressed into 41 different visa classes. We have the visa-free exemption, 4 classes. We have the short visit visa on the e-visa channel, which are 13 in number. We have the short visit visa for embassy, which are 11 in number. We have the temporary residence visa, which is 7, permanent resident visa, 6, and we have our entry permits, 4 of them. That brings it to a total of 41, a complete reduction from the 78 that we had in the Visa Policy 2024. So this is a list of each of those categories that I have mentioned. For the visa exemptions, we have citizens of ECOWAS member states, we have official passport holders of developmental organizations, we have citizens of countries with which Nigeria has visa abolition agreements with, and we have holders of diplomatic and official passport from countries which has bilateral agreements already with Nigeria. So if you fall within these categories that have been mentioned, it is visa-free for all travelers within this category. The Nigerian Visa Policy 2024 was reviewed, and the e-visa channel was also activated. 13 classes, as we have seen on the screen. We have the F3B visa, that is transit visa, for those who have onward ticket to their destination. We have the F4A business signaling for conferences, for meeting, for business talk, that you're not staying for too long. Maximum duration of stay for this class of visa is 30 days. So we have 13 of them, but I would like to dwell a bit on the F9E and the F9B, which is returning holders of foreign passports who are Nigerians by birth, and then the returning holders of foreign passports who are Nigerians by birth, a minor. These are, for one reason or the other, for example, had children outside the country, and they are not holders of any of the Nigerian passport, and they intend to return back home. So if for the minors, they have to apply for the F9B, and then for the adults, they also apply for the F9A. So it caters for these categories of persons. And every other category here is strictly for short visit, and it is on the e-visa channel. So to be able to access this channel, the URL is given there. It is evisa.immigration.gov.ng. I would like us to take note of this URL because there are 2 other URLs that you might be seeing to be able to apply for the other classes of visa. So it is evisa.immigration.gov.ng for those of us who want to apply for the e-visa. We also have the short visit visa that is tenable and obtainable at the embassy. 11 of them, and like I said in the earlier slide, the URL for this is visa.immigration.gov.ng. This is the difference. For the e-visa, it is evisa.immigration.gov.ng. And for visas that are obtainable at the embassy, the URL to obtain them is visa.immigration.gov.ng. I know some of them are already captured in the handbooks that we've shared, and also information on our website. You can actually go through the website and you will see further information. It is rich enough to enlighten you on what you need to know. So our temporary resident visa, 7 of them, accredited diplomat visa, employment expatriate for government official, employment INGO visa, and the rest of them. These can also be obtained via the same URL that I've mentioned earlier, which is the visa.immigration.gov.ng. I am taking my time to also mention this URL because to avoid errors and to avoid applying on the wrong platform. So if you're applying for visa at the embassy, please let's take note, it is visa.immigration.gov.ng. For permanent residency, visa, same applies, the same URL, because it's going to be at the embassy. Note that interviews will also be scheduled at the embassy for everyone who intends to go through this route. Our entry permit, the visas, 4 of them, R10, R11, R2A, R3A, which is the temporary work visa for 90 days, temporary work permit visa for 6 months, the employment expatriate visa, which Minister talked about, the ESEPAC, so that these are the class of visas that will pull you in that direction to obtain the ESEPAC. So we have the SEPAC platform already, which is the sepac.immigration.gov.ng that the Honorable Minister talked about, and it will be coming up for travelers and also expatriates who intend to come into Nigeria to apply. The Nigerian Visa Policy 2025 reduced the previously 4 channels to 3. We have the e-visa, we have the visa at the embassy, and then we have the visa application center. Any of these 3 can be utilized to apply for the visas. A special introduction to the Nigerian Visa Policy 2025 is the inclusion of minors to some specific visa categories. So unaccompanied minors are now eligible to apply for specific visa types. Some of these things are already captured in the handbook, and they're already on our website so that we can go through them and get those information. The requirements are very clear, and all the documentations that need to be provided is also well stated for your understanding. Now, the Visa Policy 2025 also introduced what we call the family and the group application. So families can apply as a group rather than applying individually. And a group of individuals can come together and also apply as a group. For example, those coming in for the sports visa, that is the football team, and instead of applying individually, they could apply as a group, as a team, and it makes that application process easy and seamless without any form of hassle. So as part of the 2025 policy review, persons living with disabilities whose minimum biometric requirements cannot be captured have also been catered for. So it makes it easier because biometric capture needs to be done, and they have also been considered. The Visa Policy 2025 streamlines the processes. It makes it very clear. This is just a placeholder. The table you're seeing here is the placeholder, and this is where we're going to see when the documentation for the visa policy is released out for us to go through. It's clear. You can see the maximum duration, the channel with which you can apply for any particular visa. You also find out whether that visa is extendable or not. And for our information, the e-visa is not extendable. The e-visas are not extendable. So the visa policy document will also indicate to you whether the class of visa you're looking for is extendable or not. Whether it also accommodates family applications or group applications, it will be clearly stated out there for us to see. Now, there is also the implementation of overstay. The Honorable Minister of Interior briefly spoke about this earlier. Just to make it a bit more clearer to us, for every single day there is an overstay after your visa duration of stay elapses, there is a fine. And if there is an overstay for a period of time, it could also attract a ban, and it is captured here on the table. If there is a 3 months to a 1 year overstay, it could warrant a 5-year ban. If it is over a year and above, it could warrant a 10-year ban. But if it's for some few short days you've overstayed, then for every single day you overstay, it is $15 a day. So I want to take us through the application process. We've had complaints, we've had emails getting to us as to inability to go through the processes online and the portal. The application portal is quite easy to use. The user friendliness is one thing we considered when building that portal. So it is seamless, it is easy. All you need to do is just to follow the simple processes and provide necessary documentation, and that will be sorted. So the visa application is online, whether it is the e-visa or the regular visa. I've provided URLs to us already, evisa.immigration.gov.ng and visa.immigration.gov.ng, for us to also go through to ensure that we are applying on the right portal. Once that application is submitted online, that application is reviewed. When it is reviewed, in the case of the e-visa, it is a 48-hour timeline to receive a decision. And if all documentation is correct, a decision will be gotten within 48 hours. For regular visa, it is also seamless, 14 working days, inclusive of the interview scheduling, and a decision will be reached. Once that is done, this is a sample e-visa certificate. It has the basic biographic information about the individual, and then information about the visa is also provided. So if it is business visa, multiple entry, it is stated there. The duration of stay is also stated on track with the right procedures before the board, and they are on track with the right procedures before the board and before they come into the country. Now there are documentations for passengers clearance. We want to look at the ones that are not applicable and not tenable. We have had cases where individuals come into the country with some of these documents. The visa on arrival is no longer a visa application channel. It has been discontinued from the 1st of May 2025. So for those of us who will be coming into Nigeria, or for the airliners, for those airline operators who might be here, this document on the left-hand side is no longer tenable. So anyone who presents a document as such shouldn't be allowed to board. We have seen cases where foreigners come into Nigeria with either a payment receipt or an unpaid receipt. Now, if you take a look at the top right-hand corner of this document, you will see unpaid. That is to say that this visa application has not been paid for. But we have seen individuals who take up their journey, get boarded, and arrive into the country. Please, this receipt or payment slip is not a visa. And for airline operators who are here, for diplomats who are here, please take this message out. This is not a visa. It is not meant to be used for boarding. Even if it shows paid, it is still not a visa. So it cannot be used to board. The documents that you should be looking out for if you want to get a traveler boarded on any aircraft are very few. We have the ESEPAC that we've been told is coming up already. We have the temporary work permit. These are official specimens, and they're already shared in the handbook, and you go through them so that nobody presents anything outside what you have on the screen. You'll see the image of the person, the class of visa the individual has applied for, whether it is the ESEPAC or the temporary work permit, and the information. And there's a QR code that can always be checked and validated. So the one to the left is the e-visa, and the one to the right is the ESEPAC and the entry permit. For those who are coming in with accompanying minor, your visa certificate will have the image of the accompanying adult, and then the image of the dependent. So we should take note of this so that when you see, even for the e-visa, it applies the same thing as well. So you're coming in with a child, you're coming in with your children. For every child that has a visa, there will be an image of that child. As long as the child is a minor, there's an image of the parent or the guardian accompanying that child on the visa certificates. These are the official documents that need to be looked out for and to be allowed for boarding. We also have cards that can be permissible at the airport. We have the ESEPAC card, the one at the top left. We have our visa vignette, the one issued from the embassy at the top right. And also we have the ECOWAS biometric card that will soon be launched. These are also tenable. The Honorable Minister talked about the landing and exit card, which all travelers coming into Nigeria and exiting Nigeria must fill. It is seamless, it is easy to fill. It won't take you more than 2 to 3 minutes to get it filled once you've registered on the landing and exit card portal. The URL, I'm very particular about the URL because a lot of travelers have had issues. They don't know which URL, which portal to go to. The URL for the landing and exit card is lecard.immigration.gov.ng. And this is the landing page. On the landing page, the traveler is meant to see 2 buttons: apply for landing card if he or she is coming into the country, and apply for exit card if he or she is actually exiting the country. For some individuals, the exit card might be the first interaction with this portal, and for others, the landing card will be your first interaction, because if you are in country currently and you are meant to exit, then that will be your first contact with the portal, and so your first card will be an exit card. And if you're coming in for the first time, then your first card will be the landing card. Now, you're meant to register on this portal. Once you're registered and the email activated, it takes you to your dashboard. Now, on the dashboard, if you look closely, what the traveler is going to see, you also monitor your travel history. Below, you have the last 5 records. So for every trip you make to Nigeria, in and out, it is recorded. You have access to it. You can see it. At the back end, we also can see your movement. So it makes it easy for you to know whether you have filled the previous landing card or you are still owing us an exit card to fill. So if you're owing us an exit card to fill, then the idea is for you to fill that exit card. So there are categories. We've mentioned those categories for other nationalities, for visa-free exemptions. You pick the one that pertains to you, fill in your passport number, and then you click on the submit button, filling up all the passport details, your personal information, and then I'll dwell here a little. This visa class, you pull down the visa class. If you are a temporary resident, please you select temporary residence visa. And if you're coming with the e-visa, please select the e-visa. Once it is selected, a drop down to the left, number 2, would also be dropped down, and then you can pick the particular type of visa that you are coming into the country with. You select your country of departure, fill in your travel details. Now, I want us to know that the landing card is tenable both at the airport, at the land border, and at the seaport. So you could select any of those modes of travel. And once it's done, you review your application, generate a QR code, and you have your landing and exit card digitally sent to you via email. The interesting thing is that upon your arrival, it is expected that our officers at the airport must scan the QR code on your digital landing card. With this, if it is not scanned, your duration of stay does not count. The moment it is scanned, your duration of stay continues, and with this, we can officially tell you, welcome to Nigeria. Thank you. So my colleague, ACI Makonjola, will take us further from here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Dr. Olubumi Tunji Ojo, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Mrs. Magdalene Ajani, the Controller General, Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nanananda, please permit me to stand on already existing protocols. I'll be continuing from where my colleague finished from on the Nigerian visa processes. We'll be talking about the TWWP first. Usually, in times past, the TWWP was issued with a pre-approval from the CGIS, or Nigerian Immigration Service. The pre-approval will be taken to the Nigerian consulate, where the applicant will be scheduled for an interview and given a visa vignette. But we decided to change the whole process. We decided to make everything electronic. So now, the TWWP is divided into two. What's the TWWP? The temporary work permit. This is single entry, 3 months, and multiple entry, 6 months. All the applicant has to do now is upload his documents online at twwp.immigration.gov.ng. The inviting employer registers on the TWWP portal. The employer completes and submits the TWWP application forms. Required fees, including applicable insurance charges, are paid online. The Nigerian Immigration Service reviews the application and makes a decision. Once the application is successful, an entry permit and an electronic temporary work permit is issued. Now, the good thing about what we have done in 2025 is that for every service we provide, we have a unique URL. For every service, so that to make it easy for applicants and employers to access our services. Next, we go to the ESEPAC. Now, what is the ESEPAC? First of all, what is ESEPAC? ESEPAC stands for Combined Expatriate Resident Permit and Alien Card. It's a legal document issued by Nigerian Immigration Service allowing foreigners to live and work. If you are coming to Nigeria and you intend to stay for at least a year, you must apply for a ESEPAC. You are coming as a temporary resident or a permanent resident, you must apply for a ESEPAC. And it's usually valid for a minimum of a year. Now, this ESEPAC card serves as a resident permit and identification card for expatriates, enabling them to live, work, study, and invest legally in Nigeria. Now, you cannot come with a short visit visa and expect to be given a ESEPAC card. No. Now, these are the visa classes eligible for ESEPAC. Right? We have the employment expatriates, foreigners that will come to work for government agencies. All government agencies, be it at the federal or state level, are eligible for ESEPAC card. Now, employment expatriates, individuals that are coming to work for international non-governmental organizations. Employment clerics, these are our pastors, imam, or traditional worshippers, as the case may be. Students that are coming to study in Nigerian universities or polytechnics. Academic exchange program visa, these are for scholars that have a memorandum of understanding with a Nigerian university and are coming for research. Intern visas, foreigners that are coming to intern in Nigerian companies or consulates. Spouse of Nigerian citizen visa, these are men, foreigners, men or women married to Nigerians. Nigerians by birth who renounce Nigerian citizenship. These are for Nigerians who are Nigerians by birth, but one way or another decide to renounce the Nigerian citizenship to pick up citizenship of another country. Investors visa, these are individuals, foreigners who have come to invest in Nigeria. Now the investment visa is classified between, they are coming to invest between $250,000 to $100 million in Nigeria. Then highly skilled immigrant visas. These are for individuals who Nigeria does not have the required skills, but we have to employ by foreign companies. Then retirement visas. You can be retired in Nigeria or retired abroad. But you decide that you want to live the rest of your days in Nigeria, this visa is for you. So all these categories are eligible for SEPAC. What they do here is that they first of all get the visa at our consulates, then come here, then within 90 days, they are expected to regularize their stay. Within that regularization period, you'll be issued a SEPAC card. Now, what's the difference between the SEPAC and the ESEPAC? The ESEPAC, Electronic Combined Expatriate Resident Permit, and eliminates the need for post-arrival regularization, right? As it is processed and issued before the expatriate enters the country. For the SEPAC, you'll be processed, your regularization will be processed after you enter the country. But for the ESEPAC, it is before you enter the country. Your entry permit will come along with your ESEPAC. Now, this was done to streamline immigration procedures, reduce administrative delays, and enhance compliance by ensuring that expatriates arrive in Nigeria with full legal authorization already in place. So who is eligible for ESEPAC? Foreigners coming to work for Nigeria, companies based in Nigeria, then foreigners who are working within the free trade zone. So how do they get SEPAC? How do they get the ESEPAC? Sorry. The inviting company, after obtaining a quota from the Ministry of Interior, cmb.interior.gov.ng. The CMB there is the Citizen and Business Unit of the Ministry of Interior. Before you get a quota, you must have gotten approval for a business permit. After getting a business permit, you apply for quota. The minister decides which position and which position cannot be manned by Nigerians. We don't have the requisite expertise, and gives you the quota. After all this, right, the employer completes and after acquiring your quota, the company, the employer, completes and submits the application form. Where does it submit the application form? sepac.immigration.gov.ng. Like I said, for every service we have, there is a unique URL for it. The company pays the required fees, including applicable insurance charges. Now, the expatriate is notified. This is the difference. The employer fills the form online, submits all documents, but the expatriate will be contacted for on-the-spot interview at our mission abroad. The NIS reviews the application, and the decision is communicated to the expatriate and the employer. Once entry permit is approved, the employer applies for the ESEPAC. The entry permit and the ESEPAC is then issued. The entry permit will be approved. After the approval, the company will get a notice that the entry permit has been approved. They will thereby apply for the ESEPAC. The ESEPAC will be issued, and the expatriate is expected to come in with the ESEPAC and the entry permit. The entry permit normally is valid for 30 days. It's expected to come in within that 30 days period. Now, this is our portal, sepac.immigration.gov.ng. Simplify your Nigerian journey. Now, on this portal, for any information, go to the portal. Like my colleague said, the portal is user-friendly. That was one of the first things we considered. For every category of SEPAC, whether ESEPAC or SEPAC itself, it is covered. Companies, missionary organizations, free trade zones, students, diplomats, Niger wife, and the insurance. For every of our visa category, it is covered here. So for more information, log on to sepac.immigration.gov.ng. Next, we'll talk about the Nigerian Certified Immigration Agents. Now, we decided that we've got a lot of calls since especially when we started the e-visa, of how foreigners were fraudulently duped. They paid for charges, they paid for visas, and they were not processed. So we decided that instead of giving fraudsters the chance to exploit the system, why don't we, it's coming soon, by the way, why don't we open a channel and have verified, certified immigration agents? Now, what do these people do? Now, it helps us enhance the process integrity, protecting applicants, professionalization of visa facilitation, strengthening legal compliance, regulating application volume per listing. Now, per agent, sorry. Now, this system will help us know and track. The applicants, we'll be able to know which applicants, which agencies the applicants use to process their visas. Like the minister announced, like the minister announced, the amnesty program. Now, we've been having this issue of foreigners who have overstayed their visa or their ESEPAC without regularization. So what do we do? Instead of prosecuting them now, the minister decided that we should give them an amnesty period of 90 days, which will commence by God's grace 1st of July and terminate 1st of October 2025. Now, who are the targets? Expired visa on arrival applicants, expired combined expatriate resident permit and alien card, all types of single entry and multiple entry visas, which have expired and have not been extended or renewed. Now, this is the application platform. You start your application. Now, you have three choices. If you've overstayed your visa or your ESEPAC, it's either you exit the country or regularize your stay or extend your stay. Now, you must register on this portal, amnesty.gov.immigration.ng. You must register on this portal for us to consider you for the amnesty program. Right? If you don't register on this portal and expect that you can exit the country, it is not possible. You must register on the portal. Now, what do you need to register on the portal? You complete the registration form, upload your documents, select the program. Do you want to exit, extend your stay, or regularize your stay? Now, after you submit your documents, you can track it. The Nigerian Immigration Service will review your application and decide whether to grant you amnesty, whether what you are applying for, you are qualified for it. Now, it's important to note that not all visa classes are eligible for amnesty. For a list of exempted visa classes, kindly go to immigration.gov.ng. Thank you.
We can do better than that with that applause, please. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we're going to have a question and answer session, and there will be a panelist that will do justice to that. I'd like to very quickly invite to take their seats ACG in charge of visa and residency, Franca N. Please, a beautiful round of applause as she comes to. To follow next is Deputy Comptroller of Immigration, SA Ops to the Comptroller General, OG Oloruntoba. Please, a beautiful round of applause. May I also invite Assistant Comptroller of Immigration, DN Olarinwanju, SA on diplomatic decks, please. A beautiful round of applause as it comes to the stage. I'd also like to invite Assistant Comptroller of Immigration, the first presenter, Patrick O'Day, to join the panelists. To moderate this session, I'd like to very specially invite Cabra Zungina to the stage, please. A beautiful round of applause as he comes to the stage. Mr. Zungina will give us the modality for this session and how the panelists and Q&A will work. Thank you very much as we welcome Mr. Zungina to the microphone. Once again, a beautiful round of applause for this panelist.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for the late start, and I think we will just get right into it. I know there are lots of questions, lots of clarities that you would want. Forgive me if I would just stand on the existing protocols so that we can get into it. I know a lot of us are pressed for time. So I think what we'll start with is we'll take questions from you. We'll take 5 questions, then try to answer or clear out whatever concerns you would have. So I guess we can start from my right, which is your left. Excuse me. Hello. The mic. Okay. So please, if there's anyone that has a question on this side, we can start with the gentleman there.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Eunice Tibu. I'm from the Netherlands Embassy. I have a question with regards to the landing and exits.
Sorry, could you...
Can you hear me?
Yes, better.
Okay. My name is Eunice Tibu from the Netherlands Embassy. I have a question in regards to the landing and the exit cards. Effective from when is it working for diplomatic holders? Because the website is not working.
Sorry.
Can you please do us a favor? We'll plead with you to take that question all over again. But before you do that, sound managers, can you please increase the volume of the handheld? The volume of the handheld. We'd like to welcome back the convener of these very important workshop. Please put your hands together as we welcome the CG, Nigeria Immigration Service. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And also we have the Permanent Secretary standing in for the Honorable Minister also of the Ministry of Interior. Please welcome Dr. Magdalene Ajani back to the auditorium. You're welcome back, ma'am. Please increase the volume, take that question all over again, and try to be as audible as possible. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Eunice Tibu from the Netherlands Embassy. I have a question with regards to the landing and the exit cards, especially for diplomats. It seems like the website is not working for diplomats, so how do we go about it?
If you have a question, just indicate so that the microphone can be brought to you. Your name and the embassy or the organization you represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Cynthia Alla. I represent the British High Commission. My question is still on the landing card. Like she said, diplomats are having issues with the landing card, especially when they impute their visa dates. It'll tell them that visa does not exist. If they remove a number from the visa and put in another number, let's say an earlier number, then he accepts it. But this then brings to bear the problem that the visa is then not the visa that was issued to them. And then when they get to the airport, passport control, they will be asked for these landing cards, kept waiting until the card issue is sorted. So we really want clarity on whether diplomats are exempt from this process or whether there's another starting date for diplomats. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Anne-Christine Smith from the German Embassy, also on the landing exit cards. Following the same line of questioning from my colleagues earlier, is that we ran into the problem that our visas were recognized, my husband's and I's, but our children were not able to fill out this thing. They are minors, and it's apparently not possible to enter minors' details. So what do we do about them?
So one more question, then we would answer these questions raised here. There's a gentleman.
Good morning. My name is Giwa Fred from China Chamber of Commerce. My question goes for diplomats who are already in the country on visa on arrival. How do they exit the country?
All right. One more question, then we...
Good afternoon. I am ACGIAM Abdullah Usman, retired MNI, from member of NARIO, National Association of Retired Immigration Officers. My own is a question on landing and departure card. Landing and departure card are aids for custodians of data, and the data are to be traceable. In a situation whereby a departure card, arrival card is being filled without leaving address, is there any mechanism for revalidation and authentication of that address after the arrival of the passenger? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, we would answer these 5 questions, then take it up so that we don't lose track. So at the moment, we're having issues regarding the landing cards. Okay, so let me attempt to answer some of these questions before I pass on to my the other panelists here. So the landing card is mandatory for non-Nigerians, which includes diplomats. Every non-Nigerian, a foreigner, must fill the landing and exit cards. We apologize for some of the technical glitches, but I can assure you that those have been rectified. So hopefully, if you do see other issues regarding the workability of the landing and exit, kindly do let us know. I would say the commencement of this process is to actually be able to count those that have come in and have exited. Now, for diplomats, that is to just help us track the frequency of your in and outs. But regarding the system, we have made some updates, and I'm happy to say that please try it out again, and if there are other issues, we would definitely look into that. The issue of minors on the system regarding all visa classes, due to the peculiar and sensitive nature of dependents, when we did launch the system, we tried to perfect processes to ensure that especially because it's an e-visa, the validation of those documents are one of the highest scrutinies that the Nigerian immigration applies to all those applications. And as you did see on the presentation, we're working on, it has been implemented on having, because our laws are specific. If you're under 18, you're a minor and you cannot come into the country unaccompanied. So the idea is to have the certificates bear the accompanying guardian or parent alongside the minor. So that did take a little while, but I'm happy to say that that process has been fixed. Minors can apply right now together with the accompanying adult, but I would say please make sure that the documents, the supporting documents are provided so that the processing would be done a lot quicker. So, like Ode did present, visa on arrival has come to an end. So if you're in country with the visa on arrival as at today, it means you're here illegal, you've actually breached the conditions of your stay. The visa on arrival is supposed to be for 2 weeks, and we stopped the visa on arrival process ended sometime in May, 1st of May. So technically, you can't be in the country with that class of visa. I would implore you to take advantage of the amnesty period to be able to regularize, exit, or extend your stay where the case may be. There is provision for you to exit if you have not done an entry. The landing and exit card does not just cater for those entering and exiting, but if it's your first application on the portal to even exit, it will permit you to do that. We did that having in mind there are people that are in country that want to exit that haven't filled the landing and exit card when they came in, as at the time we started. Then for validating addresses, the information collected on these cards is to ensure that depending on the class of visa, we have what we call immigration responsibility. These are, depending on your visa type, if you're visiting the family that you did say you were staying with, if you're a tourist, the conditions that you put in there is just to help the immigration service track and identify where there's an unlikely issue based on what you filled on the card. So it is a process that helps us just track in the unlikely event of something happening. The first port of call would be the entry and the address provided at that time. Thank you. So, any other comments?
Yes, regarding the questions on the diplomats, how would they go about the issue of landing card? Procedurally, the diplomats are not exempted from completing the landing and exit card. Even prior to now, when we're still doing it manually, just that the protocol will always fill it in advance for the diplomat, but they are not exempted, sir.
All right, thank you. So let's have another round of 5. Where's the mic? Yeah, there.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Franklin Geja from the European Union. As you may remember, you had a presentation, our delegation, so it's again about the exit and landing card. I'm sorry to emphasize on that. This is the big season for us diplomats, so many people are coming and leaving the country, and we had issue even on Friday. So I'm thinking about like 3 days ago. So you said earlier that you resolved this issue. I was mandated to ask again, when was this issue resolved so we know how to proceed with the exit and landing card. It's a huge problem for us. And we are talking about issue we just experienced like 2 days ago, so Friday. So please, it will be for us really important to know how to proceed because a lot of colleagues are leaving the country in the next days.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation.
Will you try to speak up, ma'am, please? Kindly.
My name is Temitayo Akibi, Senior Consular Officer, Netherlands Embassy. Not to sound like a broken record, we're still talking about the landing cards. As of this weekend, we still had those issues. So, not to be evasive, if you could provide us with precise answers or solutions to this query. What do we do as regards the landing cards, especially landing and exit cards for the diplomats? Thank you.
Thank you. Just before the next question, I'd like to also add the answers given or responses given to the questions that arose from the presentations. If you're not satisfied, please do let us know for further clarification. It could also still come from the cream of persons you see on this side of the divide. So please kindly bear with us. Let's take the questions as they come, but if you're not satisfied or you want further clarifications, please do not hesitate to let us know. Thank you. Next question, please. Your name and the embassy or your organization. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not representing an embassy. I hope I can still ask my question. My name is Abubakar Ahmed. I'm from Shell. My question actually is around the definition for the requirements of the temporary work permits. I've seen the definition as flashed here, referring to expert and skilled foreigners coming into the country. But I'd like clarification as to, for example, a senior executive of a multinational company who wants to visit Nigeria and he wants to tour the establishments that his company represents in Nigeria in other places, not in the main cities. Would he require a TWWP? Maybe he's coming for a meeting and he's not really going to turn any spanner or something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. The CGI here and every other person. My name is David Ringshum, a retired Assistant Comptroller General of Immigration. A member of the retired immigration personnel. We are very, very happy to be here today. A lot of clarification they have not, they are still moving forward. So, for the Nigerians, can they access e-gate in anywhere they travel? Can they be processed through an e-gate? Thank you very much. That's my
To commend the CG, Honorable Minister, who is not here at the moment.
Show you what you need to do on the exit and landing card. So you do bear with us. That would come in a couple of days' time. Maybe Larry can talk about the TWP question regarding executives and what options are available to them.
Okay, thank you so much. First off, I would like to talk about the landing and exit card. Sorry, permit me to also go back there. About the first 6 questions were on landing and exit card. It shows there are concerns, and we are also concerned as well. As the CGIS has said, this forum is not just for sure. It is also to get feedback from the end users. And we have had your feedback. We will go back to the drawing board and address any areas of concern. Thank you on that. Also, someone asked about entry permit, whether it's also a form of visa or so. So, in the previous Nigerian visa policy, we have 3 categories of visas, which are short visit visa, we have temporary residence visa, and we have permanent residence visa. So in 2025 review of the Nigerian visa policy, because of the new innovation to have ESEPAC to be seamless and making sure that people are able to get this facility as easy as possible, a new categories of visas was introduced, which is entry permit. The entry permit will be a legal authorization that will allow you to travel to Nigeria. Why the facility, ESEPAC, it's the residence permit that you will apply for before your arrival. So it's a double package facilities that you will get at once you make your application. Also, I think someone asked about requirement for TWP, that does it require a foreigner who is coming on a visit to also equally qualify for such? No, TWP are for people, foreigners or expatriates who are coming to carry out a job that Nigerians do not have qualified skill on. So they will come temporarily for such purpose. But anyone who is coming outside, even if it is employed by a company operating in Nigeria, but you are coming for the purpose of visit, there are other classes of visas that are applicable to such people. I hope I'll be able to answer all the questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone that has any other thing to add? Okay. All right.
Okay, I just want to make, someone asked about the tracking of the e-visa status. They have been having issues in trying to track your application. I would like to let you know a drop down is pulled down for you, and you see accredited diplomats, and you pick the accredited diplomat, and seamlessly it will take you through. So just a quick fix for those who fall within that category, and then subsequently other categories will be discussed when that platform is set up. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's okay now. Yeah. I also want to inform you that, the service is carrying out more sensitization programs. It's not going to end here. Even the local areas, the service will go there, so that you will understand the whole procedure, the whole essence of these reforms that we are doing. So it's not ending with this sensitization program. The service is planning for more, and you'll be better informed. Thank you.
Thank you. So there was a question around centralized personalization of the passports and other cards. Could you answer to that? So, okay, so let me, there was a question that was asked regarding personalization of passports, if it is going to be done centrally.
Yes. Part of the new reforms for passport is to have our Nigerian passport to be personalized in Nigeria. And the building, I mean, it has started already. Pilot program, a pilot scheme is already ongoing. Some African countries are already onboarded on this centralized production. And yeah, I bet you this is one of the best reform that we are doing. Passports now takes not 2 days production if they enroll and submit abroad or wherever from our embassies abroad, and it's enter into the production system in Nigeria. Within a day or 2 days, the passport is produced, and the logistics are already put in place, and they are getting the passport within 1 week of production. The passport will get back to our stations outside. And then I think the person who asked the question wanted to know whether it also involved the production of the booklet itself. For that, I don't have answers to that for now, because what is being done is the production, is the personalization of the passport booklet itself. So it is centrally done, and the test running, the pilot scheme is working, and it is a good one for us. Thank you.
Sorry, maybe for those of us that don't really understand what the word personalization is, could you clear that up?
All right. So personalization means once your biometric data, your biographical and biometric data is collected, so the data will be printed on the existing booklet that is blank. So that's where you will see your image and your personal details on the data page of the passport. That's the personalization. It means your details are personalized to you on the passport booklet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So a question was asked regarding e-gate access. All right.
Okay. I still want to dwell in the areas of the TWWP. One of the questions that whether there's a difference
of the company to know the one they really want. You are bringing in a skilled worker. You know how many months it will take for that skilled worker to do a particular project for you. So that will help you determine whether you want a single entry or you want a multiple entry. The choice is for the company to make. Thank you.
All right. I think regarding most of these visa classes, there's a plethora of visa options out there. And the processes have been streamlined to make the ease of these applications very easy and friendly. I would also implore us to visit the immigration website for more details. The website has been updated with a lot of information that you've been asking here, and also on some of the social media platforms, you can find that information. So back to my question, somebody asked regarding the e-gates and the access from anywhere. I'll just quickly say the e-gates opened here are strictly for Nigerians and cannot be used outside the Nigerian airspace. So that's that. I think we can now...
That's for expats coming into the country to maybe their office facilities in Lagos or whatever states to facilitate training in the office or to receive training. So there has been that sort of debate as to whether that should be classified as TWP or it should be as an e-visa, as a business visa. So it would be really helpful if you could clarify that to the public if this falls in that category as well. Because on the website, what we have there is just training. It's not really specific as to, okay, if there's a difference or not. So please help to clarify. If it's a classroom training, if an expert is just coming into the office, from maybe their foreign office, to give training to their employees, local employees here, does that also classify as a TWP? Or if they are coming to receive training within that facility as well, does that also classify as that TWP? Then there was a gentleman over there who asked a question as to if an expatriate who is touring facilities, will likely classify as TWP or business visa. So I think where he's coming from is if that expat is going on offshore facilities, that's the rig. Because we've had cases like that, especially in Port Harcourt. So please, it would be nice to clarify that as well. The expert is just coming to give a tour of the facilities, but because it is on the rig or located offshore, sometimes we have been told that the expert should come on a TWP instead. So, so sorry, yeah, I forgot to introduce myself.
Sorry, apologies.
Yes.
Apologies, we may have to cut you there. The CGI
Okay.
is standing. She needs to make an address to leave.
I'm so
Apologies.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for those very wonderful questions. So my team is on ground and they will make sure they answer your questions as much as possible. What I want to say is basically to reiterate what the minister said. We started this e-visa a little over a month ago, I think not even up to a month ago. So we're bound to have some of these little issues we're talking about. But one thing I want to assure you is we have a very capable team on ground and we'll sort these issues as they arise. The reason for this stakeholders meeting we're having today is for us to get feedback from you. Let's know where you're having issues and how best we can update our system, which is ongoing presently. Regarding the landing cards, like I said, the diplomats, they need to specify that they're accredited diplomats because there's a difference. So that drawdown will give you the difference you need to impute, the particulars of the visa and all that. But having said that, if you're still having issues, we have a team, they're on ground 24/7. You can always speak to someone, send an email or call, and your issues will be dealt with. We will always be on ground 24/7. I repeat, 24 hours, 7 days a week. We are available to solve whatever issues it is we're having until we make sure that we get it 110% right. And I assure you that we will get there. But whatever issues you're having right now, the team is on ground to sort this out with you. So please, feel free, ask as many questions. Committee, are they here, the airline?
Operators.
We don't, okay. Because we wanted to also engage you to, we don't, okay. Because we wanted to also engage you to let you know that, to enlighten you on the category of Nigerians, of non-Nigerians, what the requirements are. Because we're still having issues where people are brought in without visas. So this is one issue I was hoping we could talk about. But if there's no one from Okay. I think we need to have that engagement with the airliners. And, but for the diplomatic corps, please feel free, continue to ask us questions, and we'll continue to answer your questions. And we will make sure that, the platform is as seamless as possible, because that's what we aim to do. So please, let's go on with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm actually done with the questions. My name is Chinonso from Ernst & Young. I'm actually done with the questions. My name is Chinonso from Ernst & Young. Thank you.
Any further questions, please? Okay.
Yes, please.
Here.
Yes.
I'm Jin from China General Chamber of Commerce, and my question is quite specific. For those who already come to Nigeria through like VOA, and I want to know, is it possible for them to apply for a TWP here in Nigeria during the amnesty program period without back to their country? Okay. Am I make myself clear?
Yes, very clear.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronke Pampa from Ernst & Young. I'll just stand on existing protocols. I have three questions actually, but I'll summarize. The first is regarding the ESEPAC that was mentioned. And I would really like to know how it's going to look like. So because currently with the SEPAC procedure, it's said to be valid for 1 year. But at the respective state commands, at the airports, and even some banks have started to
which is the ESEPAC. That is the only path to regularize you from a particular class of visa to a working visa, and this is for all classes. To extend your stay, it will always be based on your peculiar circumstance that will be considered before that extension is considered. However, it doesn't matter the class of visa that you've come in and you have overstayed with, you can migrate to a working visa, which is the SEPAC. So, and then TWP is definitely not an e-visa. It is only carrying an electronic tag to it, but it's not part of the e-visa class. Do you want to add anything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, I want to add that the e-visa is very different from the TWP, because the e-visa is not extendable at all. And you cannot stay beyond 30 days. But the TWP is different. It's extendable. Unlike the e-visa that is not extendable. You are only going it online, the same way you are doing your e-visa. But they are not just the same. That's just what I want to add.
Okay, I want to add, in the area of offshore that one of our invited guests asked, the issue of TWP, whether that could be used or the business visa could be used on the touring of the facility and the offshore. You know, the issue of offshore is quite complex, and the complexity of it requires a very pragmatic approach to really adjust on the suitable part of visas that will make such a person carry out the task he meant to do. From my experience at the seaport, I discover if a foreigner come into the country, going on the tour of facility, in most cases, they either carry out maintenance or to do adjustment of one thing or the other. So it is prudent that such person come in the categories of TWP, so that it will be safer than for him to come with a business visa, because it's not
tax. Unfortunately, I don't have one, but you have the code, the QR code on your tags. Please, whilst you sit down comfortably to lunch, please don't hesitate to register for us, and we'll remain eternally grateful. Please, those of you from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, you can go to the second marquee. Thank you very much, and bon appetit.
Please, this is to inform all controllers that the next tent is available for their lunch, and they may please join there. Thank you.
Please, the House is hereby called to order. We kindly want to request that everyone be seated. Please, may we all take our seats. We just have a few more minutes before this is brought to a final close. We've already announced that we have reconvened. Professor, I can't find my notebook. My notepad. I left it there. Okay, that's no problem.
We recognize this man.
Okay, I thought you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You understand.
I thought that it would be overshadowed in it, but now the people are settling down.
Yes, let's wait for more people to join them before we recognize them. Very senior officers and our distinguished guests, please would like that we all settle down for the commencement of the last segment of this workshop. We must also appreciate the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, who is ably represented by a very senior police officer, AIG Taiwo Adeleke, AIG Operations Force Headquarters. We appreciate your sitting here with us all day, and as soon as we reconvene, we will again recognize and appreciate you once more. Thank you so much, sir.
Invite the panelists to return to their seats so that we can continue with the question and answers. Please inviting to take her seat upstage, Assistant Comptroller General in charge of Visa and Residency, Franca N., please. May I also invite the Deputy Comptroller of Immigration, OG Oloruntoba, SA Ops, to take his seat upstage. I'd like to also invite ACI DN Olarewanju, please, can you take your seat upstage, so that we can continue with the question and answers session. Assistant Comptroller of Immigration, Patrick Ode, please come upstage. Finally, but not the least, Cabra Zwingina, the moderator, please come upstage so that we can continue with the last session and be able to draw a curtain to this very beautiful event. Thank you very much.
Panelists are square pegs in square holes and therefore can respond to any question that may arise. Yes, we have hands up. Can we have the stringers that have the microphones, the roving microphones, to please bring the microphones quickly? Our teaming guests and retired senior officers, as well as members of a diplomatic community, we must appreciate those of you from High Commission that are still seated with us. We must single you out for special recognition at this point. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence.
We have never heard that before. Insurance, what that insurance fee all about? And knowing that expatriates who work in free zone, they are consistent renewing their ESEPAC every year. Does it imply that anytime they renew their ESEPAC, they need to pay insurance fee? I want more to be, to be spoken about that, so that we'll get to understand what insurance fee is all about. And is it every year they will renew their ESEPAC, they will pay insurance fee? And the insurance fee price was not stated in any of the discussion. Neither is whether the price of the ESEPAC, which is $2,000, equally changed as the ESEPAC is about taking place. Then thirdly, the issue of STR visa. Most of the times we, regulators of free zone, we send letter introducing the investors and the zones, writing a support letter to the embassies where those expatriates are coming from to come and work in the free zones in the country. Now, presently, how would the present e-visa affect the STR visa application by the authorities? As the regulator of the free zone, will stand to mediate between the investors in the free zone and the Nigerian missions abroad. Thank you.
We'll take, is there any other hand up for questions? Yes, madam, from the British High Commission. Please, your name.
My name is Cynthia. When they did the first visa reform, we were promised numbers that we could reach immigration officers on if we have issues or if there are downtimes. We crave your indulgence to kindly call out those numbers for us again, or tell us the personnel that we would call on when we have those downtimes or when we have issues with the e-visa. Like last week, the e-visa portal was down and we couldn't use it and we couldn't find who to talk to about it. My second question is about extensions. We used to have a time when if you have a business visa, you were able to extend it. Now there are no extensions. I want to also crave your indulgence to tell us what is the remedy. If after 30 days you haven't finished what it is that you came to do, what do you do then? Can that process be revisited where we can have extensions on our visas? Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. We have one more hand up. We're taking 5 questions in this segment, and then we'll come back to those of them that are panelists to then respond. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to congratulate the CG for organizing this very important forum. Thank you very much.
Your name, sir?
My name is Dr. Lanre Adekoye, a retired Director of International Cooperation Department in Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. So while in the system, before I retired in 2024, I used to be in charge of ESEPAC. I handle all of those things for the INGOs and the international INGOs. So currently, I'm consulting for International Rescue Committee, and they have an issue that has to do with visa application platform for visa classification. You know, they're actually faced with the challenge of international staff, that is the expatriate, not being able to apply for the R5 classification of the SCR visa with their standard passport type, which we understand is a category for INGO staff and their dependents. So the standard passport only assesses the R2 classification on the platform, which is for expatriates and their dependents for profit-making companies. So the issue here is we want to seek the consideration of the INGO, you know, and for adjustment of the current system to include and allow access of R5 classification on SCR visa for non-profit making organization, that's INGO standard passport type. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The moderator, senior special assistant to the Honorable Minister, Kebra Zungwina, is back on the saddle, and so he takes over proceedings from here immediately. We've taken a few questions, and I think we've taken as many as 4. Do we have one more? That will be the last one.
Has some challenges. It's a good, in fact, we are not doubting it. So these are the reality of facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please,
Sorry, may I? Please, let me set some ground rules. Your question cannot be more than a minute. We will set some things so that we give other people the opportunity to ask questions. If it exceeds a minute, please, media, cut the mic. I don't want to interject, so we'll just put off your mic.
All right. Thank you. I think we've taken about 5 questions. Are there more questions?
I think we can answer these ones.
But I think it's better we give that to the panelists to respond to. And then, of course, if we have any backlog, we can quickly come back to you. But I think for the time being, Mr. Kebra, you are in charge.
Right. So apologies for returning late. I'm made aware of a question around the ESEPAC and the insurance fee. I want to explain a few things regarding this insurance. In time past, and rightly so, like the senior officer, retired senior officer did point out, the abuse of the system has created a lot of loopholes for exploitations. Now, when investigations are done and people are found wanting, it will surprise you that it is still taxpayers' monies that are used to evacuate, to feed, to pay medical, to take care of In fact, the federal government takes higher responsibility for these set of people. So an insurance levy was introduced, and this was, we had a stakeholder session with NECA and some other employees to come out with a figure. I'm not too sure, but I think it's almost 1,000 thereabout to take care of medical expenses, repatriation fees, personal liability, just a plethora of things to cover that person for that period of time, so that burden is not moved over to the government when it comes to enforcement or removal from the country after breaking some of these rules. Okay, so yes.
Please permit me to rest on the existing protocols. I have a question as a concerned citizen, and my question is on the new e-passport, and the question is very straightforward. How secure is the e-passport system, and what measures are in place to prevent identity fraud as mentioned by the senior officer? What measures are in place? Just that question, please.
Okay, let me help with the passports. Last year, we recently joined ICAO. Nigeria was certified by ICAO. Any response to that as well? Okay. Do you have any? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think the first person that asked the question about free trade zone and ESEPAC, as well as the review of the fees and the insurance. I think Mr. Capra has answered the issue of insurance and the fees. So I'm going to answer the question on the free trade zone and the ESEPAC. Yes, the free trade zone, which is R3A visa, in fact, it has been made to be easier than before now, because it's part of the 3 or 4 classes of visa that have been moved to the entry permit categories. This time around, just as I have explained earlier, if you are applying for free trade zone visa under the ESEPAC regime, you have a double dose package, which is you are applying for the ESEPAC, and at the same time, your entry permit is also being applied for, and you are being granted the entry permit. Entry permit is more or less, call it visa, it's the same thing. So that is the pathway to free trade zone visa, which is R3A. The process is now simpler, seamless, and faster. And yes, the process still entails that of the embassy, where they will verify, profile the person and all of that. So the process is still there. Someone also asked about the inclusion of the inclusion of R5A, that is International Non-Governmental Organization, who are holding standard passports. Yes, we've noticed this, and work is currently ongoing on it, and that aspect will be addressed as well. Someone asked for the telephone numbers to which they can reach the service if there's need for inquiries and all of that. So I'm going to read out some of the numbers that you can reach the service through. One is +234 912 190 0655. I'll take that again. +234 912 0655. Another one is +234 912 155 6359. I'll take it again. +234 912 155 6359. And the third one, +234 912 147 7092. Again, +234 912 147 7092. Thank you. And as well, we will also appreciate that you reach us through the email. That is also very fast, and the response will be given as well. And then the last question from our retired boss. Thank you for your question, and I think it's all about your passion for the NIS and your quest to see that the service succeed in whatever innovation that we are introducing. You made mention of TWWP, about approval being gotten again. I think you are describing the old system. We have moved past that system now, and the new system is such that you are going to make the application online and get the feedback online as well. There is no need waiting for anybody to contact anyone. The system will automatically send message to those who are to get the message. I don't know, you mentioned that there are people at the airport presently. Does that mean that the people arrive in Nigeria without a visa or what? Because by law, no one should travel without having an authorization before you get to the airport. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to what he had just said, okay, I will strongly advise that you understand the different classes of visas so that you go for the one that actually favors your duration of stay. We have regular visas that will enable at least 3 months. I spoke with some of these NGOs. They have foreigners that will come in for 1 month. Fine, you know they are staying for 1 month and they will be back. They will go back. Why not go for a short visit visa that will enable them stay for that 1 month? Then if they are staying 3 months and above, they have to go for regular visas that will enable them stay for that 3 months, instead of coming in with a short visit visa and expecting that they will give an extension. There is no extension, unfortunately. So we have to go by the rules. I think a little contribution I want to give for now. Yeah.
Okay, so, wow. Right, so I'd like to make a comment to buttress something. This is a new NIS, new in the sense of how things are being done. The Honorable Minister's vision was to have what we call a single point of contact when you want to do something. The capabilities, I suppose, all that is happening back end, but I do appreciate some honesty in some of the things that have been brought to bear. Has there been corruption? Has there been fraud? Yes, those have been identified and we recognize those things. What are the measures in place? While we totally may not be able to eliminate it, we are trying to minimize it. And one of the best ways to do that is to get data. All these things we're implementing are data-driven, that can be referenced and that can be accessed very easily. For instance, somebody flaunting our visa laws, we have the choice now to be able to look back at his entry and exit and see how he flaunted those laws and decide to deny him a visa upon entry. Now, also information on some of these visa classes. I would like to reiterate, next week, there is no permissible paper entry granted in any way or form. So for instance, the paper TWP is no more. Visa on arrival is no more. You will not.
I'd like to welcome back the convener of these very important.
The CGI, the panelist. I am a CGI Abdullah Usman, retired MNI, NARIO member. My own is a question. The moderator, the anchor just talked about sensitizers on expatriate comprehensive insurance. It's a laudable platform. It's a laudable program in line with international best practice. But locally, before now, I don't know whether it has been expunged, in all immigration facilities that is going to be applied by the host for a foreigner to come, there's that legal last clause that I accept all immigration responsibility of the visitors coming. In view of this, from number 2 of the expatriate comprehensive insurance said to take care of repatriation services. Now, is the host at liberty to expunge, accept all immigration responsibilities going forward? That is my question. Thank you.
Correct.
Any further questions?
Yes.
Yes, there's a hand up at the rear. Thank you.
Morning, sir. My name is Babatunde Bidemi. I'd like to find out or to learn more from this forum. If you have an expatriate that has an existing green card and he still has about 6 or 8 months lifespan, does he still have to, when he's renewing, does he go back to the platform, or does the green card, the actual green card that they are giving before, does he go back, since the minister said you don't have to go back to the bank, how does he go online? Does he have to go online to get the E-Pass since he's already, the ESEPAC, sorry, since he's already in this, he's a resident of Nigeria with his green card that is still valid? How does he renew his green card?
If there are no more questions, okay, there's a hand up there.
Thank you. Morning, sir. Permit me to start on existing protocols. My question is to the SA, to the minister, honorable minister, concerning the SEPAC. Sir, how often will an expatriate pay for the insurance? And to what extent is expected for the expatriate to continue to abide by the rules? Thank you.
Yeah, the CGI, other officers here, once more, talking on the PKI, PKD that I heard them mention. I know years back, we used to have the PKI, PKD embedded. I mean, it was a part of the passport, but we were never current. It expires, the PKI will, the CSCA will expire. We may not renew it on time. The DAC may expire. We are not implementing it right. I'm so happy now that we have a PKI facility. We didn't have one before. And I know, my question now is, are we generating the CSCA right now? Are the document signer certificates being embedded in the passport? Can we now read the passport using PKI? Thank you very much.
My name is F.O.A.T. CIS. The ESA, I was looking at the aspect of interview for some of the applicants. This seemed to have been removed entirely.
I'll start it, then I'll leave you.
My question is, how do we take care of totally abnormal, subnormal persons? Thank you.
Sorry, apologies. We didn't quite get what you said.
My question, sir, is that in the case of the e-visa, how do we take care of mentally abnormal, mentally insane and subnormal persons without interviews? Thank you.
Okay, so these are 5 questions. Let's see if we can answer all of them. So let's start with the insurance regarding IR responsibilities. Now, for the MVP, the company takes IR responsibilities. And in the case of SEPAC, what happens is that the company is now applying on behalf of the expatriate and has to bear the fees. Now, remember, the insurance cover is not on the company, it's on the expatriate, which means the policy covers the holder of that policy. In this case, will be the expatriate. The activation of some of those provisions, conduct of that expatriate, vis-a-vis if he has overstayed and he needs to be evacuated after the right investigations, that portion will be activated so that the insurance pays for his return flight. So it doesn't negate the fact that companies bear IR responsibilities. The first point of contact, for instance, if there is a crime or there is you break the law or you break some of the immigration or your visa conditions or the SEPAC conditions, those investigations, if found guilty, it starts with the company that took IR responsibilities. So the whole idea is that the company is paying for these for the insurance on behalf of the expatriate and is taking full IR responsibilities. Regarding the SEPAC, the renewal, the rules are the same. For example, you have a SEPAC that is expiring very soon. Number one, does the company still have a quota that can be applied? Is the quota expired? Has the business name been renewed? There is a process. So he can renew, but these conditions must be fulfilled. The company that gave him that SEPAC, do they still have a quota within their possession to be able to extend to him so that he can extend his stay? If that is not the case, then he has to look for another company that has a quota that can be extended to him. So that's part of the renewal process. The insurance cover is for a year from date of issuance. It covers the expatriate for a year. Regarding the PKI, PKD, I would say that the signing, there was an issue with the signing certificate, but it didn't mean that the chips did not have information written on them. That's the contact, the passports. What it was is for the CACA, we weren't part of ICAO at the time. Now, for the signing certificate, anytime it is read internationally, somebody somewhere has a certificate to verify that what you are reading truly belongs to the country. So for instance, if I scan my passport and I want to know the genuineness, because the certificate is held in trust and has been issued alongside that passport, it can be authenticated. If it returns that the certificate does not match, it means that that document or passport is fake. In time past, that certificate wasn't uploaded, and that's the reason why the PKI PKD wasn't fully in effect. But right now, that has been done, that has been implemented, and like I said, you can now verify against that certificate that was issued. The root certificate is held by NIMSI. That's for the country. Then for e-visa mentality. Sorry, a question was asked regarding mentally, I think we call them people with disabilities. It's persons with disabilities.
Yes, I think the issue with the mentally derailed person. No, he asked the question of mentally.
Sorry, can I just chip in something? I wasn't here when you were answering some of the questions, but let me just say that the new system, the e-visa, 2025 e-visa regime that we are going to implement, the embassy leg, they would have a platform as well. They will share whatever information we have at the service headquarters. So the application that comes to the embassy, they would see, they would process. If they believe that they need to do an interview, they can do an interview. But what we're trying to do is to make it as seamless and as reduce the timeline in terms of acquiring these facilities. So if the attaché at the embassy believes that this application needs further interview or he needs to pursue it further, then he will now let the service headquarters know that with this particular application, there needs to be further interview or further investigation. So at no point are we compromising national security. At no point are we not going to be aware of who is coming into our country. What we want to do is make it as streamlined and as reduce the timeline. But we are not going to national security. I just want to make that very clear. And I think the audience we have now are mainly our officers. I want to encourage each and every one of you to ask as many questions as possible. Because when you go back to your various formations or your various commands, you will be the ones, stepping down this knowledge. Questions, if you have concerns, if you have observations or any suggestions, please, let's have it. All right? Feel free to express this. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I'll check here on the issue of the ES. On the issue of
okay, you want? Yes, sir.
On the issue of mentally ill applicants, it is established that even not automatically guarantees your entry into the country. So if it's carried through the application process because of the absence of in-person interview, that will mean that he must have made the application at the point when his mental state at alert, lucidity. But however,
go to the embassy for the SR, which is now, is it R2A? R2A visa. It's for expatriates that are coming in to work. And you get that at the embassy. But when you're coming in for a simple, meeting or supervision, you just go for the short visit visa, which is e-visa. And there is no way you want to come for a meeting and you are expected to stay more than 1 month. So it's 30 days. I hope that answers your question, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for that clarity.
Yeah.
Yes, so can we have more questions?
Questions? The microphones, please. Do we have any question from? Yes, there's a hand up there.
Morning, sir. The CGIS. My name is Bolu Bewaji. Yeah, I want to ask, is there anything like quota trafficking in the new visa regime?
Sorry, please, could you repeat that?
Yeah,
Sorry.
quota trafficking. Is there anything like that?
Quota what you got? Can you take that? Quota what?
Quota trafficking.
Oh, trafficking.
Yeah.
Quota trafficking, yes. Just for clarity purposes, I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much. Question is well understood.
Morning, sir. Once again, my name's Bekebo Solomon, Controller, ESEPAC Production Center. My initial question to the SA was not properly answered. I want to find out the insurance fee that is going to accompany the current ESEPAC we're talking about. Is it going to be each time the expatriate renews, he needs to pay that? Is it refundable? Because these questions will arise when we leave here. We want to know that and be very clear with it to address the public. The ESEPAC has an additional $1,000 insurance fee. Sir, is this fee refundable? Are they going to keep renewing every time they are applying to renew a ESEPAC? Also, sometimes we have expatriates who come in a company and probably after 6 months haven't obtained a ESEPAC. They do change of employment to other companies. And now at that stage, if he has an insurance that has not expired, is he going to pay for a new insurance in the new company? We need to know this so we'll be able to address the public properly. Thank you very much.
Any more questions, please? Yes, ma'am.
CGIS, permit me stand on existing protocol. My name is Ibrahim Mohammed, CIS, Adamawa State Command. The SA to the minister mentioned clearly that the expatriate who is staying in Nigeria and is quota expired, he has the opportunity to apply through another company. If you mentioned that, sir, I don't know with the visa policy whether there is no quota trafficking. Because we know that before expats do the change of employment, there is no local objection from the former company. So that is why.
In the middle wing, there's a hand up there. Please approach her with your mic. Oh, him.
The CGIS, sir. Monsieur President, good afternoon. My name is HF Labluisa Nugwa FSI, ACG, Training and Staff Development and Human Resource Management. This program is very laudable, and I want to ask one very important question to me, because in the conduct of international relations, everything we do to nationals of one nation is repeated on our own nationals based on the rule of reciprocity. The sums we charge, for instance, we charge for ESEPAC, X amount of dollar, charge for insurance, X amount of dollar. Did we take into consideration the number of Nigerians who are going to work abroad, how these fees will affect their own stay in their host countries? Because if you look at the United States of America deporting people from different nationalities, you will see that there is also some element of discriminatory policy based on what those nations do to Americans. How we charge is how we are going to be charged. Have we properly taken that into consideration? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. We have 5, so most of them are on insurance. Let me attempt to clear insurance once and for all. Hopefully, I should be able to do this. What is an insurance? An insurance is a policy that you purchase ahead of time. It is not refundable. That in the unlikely event of something happening, you have cover exceeding the amount that can be spent on you, exceeding the amount of the cover. So for instance, I purchase an insurance using the $1,000 and I am in an accident and, God forbid, my legs are cut off. And that operation costs maybe $10,000. That $1,000 policy I've bought will cover that amount. So it's not akin to what you call a caution deposit. You're not providing a deposit amount that whether you use it or not will be refunded to you at the point of your exit, because it is not calculated that way. Insurance is for things that may go wrong so that somebody else will cover the cost as against government. As long as you keep taking immigration responsibilities, and because this system does tracking, it can track you. It's not like how you can just say, oh, I have a quota and this. No, it is verify on the spot whether your SEPAC is valid and for how long. So you may engage in quota trafficking, it will just cost you more. And if you're ready to take immigration responsibilities for those expatriates, good and fine, as long as you have a quota and you pay for the SEPAC, and then you get an insurance on that as well. Regarding reciprocity, I would like, because there is, yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, I want to clarify something on the quota trafficking. The new system is such that every company has a particular number of quota positions that are given to them. And these positions are coded. So what you will have in a company will not be what another company is granted from the ministry. So by the time you want to leave one company for any reason, all your documents will show. You are going to a new company that has a different code.
If it is balanced, that's the question that was asked.
To further buttress the question on expatriate quota, I think CIS Works asked a question. The question she asked was, an existing expatriate who is already in the country, gainfully employed by a company, the company still has a valid quota system, valid expatriate quota, but the SEPAC of the expatriate has expired. How will such a person apply for ESEPAC? Based on what's being put in place, every company is expected to have a login, they'll have an account with application for such an expatriate. And from then onward, the process will continue and the expatriate will be able to continue and the expatriate will be able to get the SEPAC renewed accordingly. Also, the issue of reciprocity. This is a very tough one because every country has the prerogative to fix a price for themselves on their facilities, particularly because this is not the visa. Visa is much on principles reciprocity, while every other facilities being granted every country have the rights and whatever they fix for them. We know there is a tendency that some other country might want to also introduce similar fees to equate whatever we charge. But by and large, I think we are able to take care of the aspect of reciprocity as it has to do with the visa fee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on this?
Okay, so any further questions?
We have a hand. 1, 2, 3. Richard, senior officers, but we'll take them one after the other. But let's quickly attempt to take that one very quickly. But then, okay, after the senior officers retired, we can then, of course, take the other ones. Please do us a favor, sir, your names again.
Okay. CG and everyone present. I am CG and everyone present. I am Ezekiel Shekogaza Kaura, retired Assistant Controller General of Immigration and President of NARIO. I commend the CG and the Honorable Minister for this occasion. When these innovations started coming up, we were getting worried in NARIO, and we were beginning to ask questions. But it is commendable that this occasion is organized and we are invited to be here. A lot of issues, sentiments have been taken care of, both from the minister's presentation, the CG's response, and all that has been discussed here. However, I still have a question. The issue of quota. I know I left quite a while ago, maybe I'm disconnected, but there used to be this understudy of expatriates. For how long do Nigerians understudy expatriates before the expatriates disengage? And I know there are some skills that are meant for expatriates. For how long do Nigerians still understudy them? And in which segments do you have these skills that don't ever allow Nigerians to take over? I don't know whether you understand what I mean. That persistently you keep having expatriates, expatriates, expatriates. Thank you.
The CGI, all protocol observed. I'm back again. This time, still on SEPAC. I think the essay, an expatriate moving to another company, like a colleague just said, and what he was saying is just for you, for your info, so that the system can capture it. 1, appointment letter, qualification, letter of no objection from the previous company, and acceptance letter. This will stop the so-called trafficking and all those things. Now, my other question is understudy. All our service providers, do they have understudy? Are they going to have, are they going to hand over? Are we operating on build, operate, transfer? How long? We have a lot of databases in Nigeria managed by expatriate. Thank you.
Sorry, ma. Sorry, ma. 2 more. Okay, so I think let's give. Fortunately, we have an authority on citizen and business to give us direction. You will be impressed. I am so happy with the questions because you will be very impressed with what the innovations that have come to citizen and business. But let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody.
Thanks for the patience. And to our retirees, thank you for bringing your experience to board. Expatriate quota approvals is 100% Ministry of Interior. And the approval is to companies. It's not to individuals. So when the approval is given for specific positions that the companies have requested for. So when that is granted, the companies will now use that to employ the expatriate that is needed. So that expatriate is responsible to the company that employed them, okay? And if for any reason they choose to leave that company, the expatriate quota is for the company, it's not for the individual. So he has lost his job in that company and he has lost that position. So the only thing left is for him to carry his load and leave Nigeria. So if he's getting a job with another company, it's based on their own expatriate quota for the position. So if he fits into the two positions for two different companies, it's that second company that takes responsibility for his stay in the country, okay? So that's the issue of expatriate quota. And for every expatriate quota that is issued, it's for a certain period. So the establishment grant, which is the first one for any company, and it's renewable only twice of 2 years each. That's a total of 7 years. So what that means is that within that 7 years, the company would have trained Nigerians that should be able to fit into that position. So for every expatriate quota that is issued, there must be at least 2 relevant on the study. The word relevant is very key, because you cannot have an expatriate quota for an engineer and then you will put an understudy that has NCE or nursing. So it's relevant on the study. And the companies do a monthly return, both to the ministry and to NIS. And your understudy's name must be clearly stated with all the details. And we have a whole division in the ministry called the Inspection and Investigation Division. So they go out to monitor. And I know NIS also monitors expatriate quota. So they go out to monitor to ensure that the companies are respecting the modus operandi of their approvals, okay? And of course, after 7 years, we expect that you have trained Nigerians who should be able to fit into the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sec. So I hope that brings a rest to quota and ESEPAC. The most important thing is that...
The second question is related to quota. Before, we do pay processing fee and approval fee, but right now we realize that you have to pay once, which is upfront payment. So in a situation whereby the company applied for 20 slots of EQ, is there an assurance that the all 20 positions will be approved? So in the situation whereby 10 approved, so how are we going to actually for the remaining 10? Thank you.
My name is Nadi Otito, representative of NEBSA. I'm not asking a question, but I'm trying to make a compassionate appeal to our host, the CGI, to critically look into something can be worked out of it. When she was making her presentation, she said it's an interaction and any questions we need to ask or things we need to communicate so it can be factored into future policies. When our moderator was talking about giving explanation what insurance is all about, you may mention that when an expatriate had an accident or some certain issues that the insurance they pay covers, it might not be enough, but the federal government will take that responsibility. But as it applies to expatriate in the free zone, which is different, the companies that employ this expatriate to come and work in the free zone take absolutely immigration responsibilities of those expatriates in the zone. The federal government doesn't come in to take any care of the expatriate in case of any emergency or any situation. So I passionately appeal to our hosts to critically look into this matter, because when you look at it critically, automatically the ESEPAC is going up to $3,000, and it's on a high side. So I passionately appeal that such should be looked on.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Adeni from KPMG. My question is also in relation to expatriate quota approvals. So Tech mentioned that the establishment grant is 7 years and is renewable twice after the initial 3 years. I would like to confirm what it is for the renewal of quota, additional of quota, and also redesignation, because we've had a bit of concern with current ongoing applications at the ministry.
I'm sorry, I'm here again, Dr. Aliu, ACGI retired. Now, the next question is, most of the engineers coming to Nigeria, I hope the system will capture them as engineers. Do they register with our professional bodies? Or is it at the point of approval? They need to register with Nigerian professional bodies. Thank you.
Last question, before we answer. There's somebody up there.
The Permanent Secretary, the Comptroller General, good afternoon. All protocols duly observed. I am Muhammad Adamu, Comptroller Iduro Boda. My question is that now most of our applications are online, but in a situation where there are some glitches, that is some challenges, is there any provision by the service to revert to manual approvals pending the time the issue is resolved? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. That's the 5 questions. So maybe we start with the first one. The issue of quota and insurance. The insurance is paid at the point of SEPAC issuance, not when the quota is paid for. So there is, now the quota, you can pay for quota and let it sit there and not issued. But when you get to the payment of SEPAC, that's when insurance will be calculated and paid. For the looking into free trade zone, I think that has been duly noted. Is there any comment to it? All right, so that observation has been duly noted. Sincere apologies to our PAMSEC. There was a question again about renewal of quota, of extending, and then some of the applications in progress as well.
Okay, I think somebody from Young or so.
KPMG. Yeah.
Okay, KPMG.
Yes.
What I said is that establishment grants, that's for expatriates applying for the first time, new company, is for 3 years, not 7 years, 3 years. Then after 3 years, you apply to renew for 2 years. And you can only renew twice. So 2 years each plus the initial grant of 3 years, that makes it a total of 7 years. Then somebody asked that now with the new system, you have to pay upfront. And if the number of expatriate quota you are asking for is not fully granted, will the money be refunded? No. When you apply for visa, your visa may be approved or it may not be approved, so it's not refundable payment. So as a company, you need to be very sure of the exposition you're asking for, and you are meant to submit your justification for that with other details. So that is the situation for now. It's a non-refundable fee. You must be very sure of your needs, and if your arguments are good enough and we see that your company requires it, why not? If not, you get it. But if granted, it's a non-refundable fee. Is there any other thing you want me to address?
Yeah, no, that's fine, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the last question was asked regarding what happens when something goes down. So great pains have been taken to make sure that we have several layers of backup. However, where we have a total blackout, there are procedures in place to take care of some of those issues. So we do have what we call offline processes. Offline processes do not need to communicate to the cloud. For those of you that are familiar with cloud infrastructure, it means that it doesn't need to fail in one place. It has to fail all over in so many places for it to be down. However, in the unlikely event that happens, we do have what we call offline processes and systems in place to be able to cater for that pending when systems come online. And there are other legs to ensure that if there is a glitch, in no time we should be able to recover. Thank you. So any more questions? I think this will be the last round of questions. Oh, sure.
Sorry, I think somebody asked about the cost of other expatriate quotes, relinquishment and the rest. The total details of the pricing is on the website. So once you log into the C&B portal, the price list is there. Thank you.
And can I just add to what Zwingina just said now? That in case we have a glitch, we have the offline process as well. But in addition to that as well, don't forget that you can still go to embassies and do these applications. We're not saying that you cannot go to the embassy. Some people might decide, even apart from this e-visa, some might still choose to go to the embassies to process these visas. So that route is also still available. Okay.
Also, I want to talk about, somebody talked about quota verification. The beauty of this system is that when the ministry approves quota, there is a platform where both immigration and even the attaches at the embassies will see it. It's unlike the previous process whereby they bring application quota approvals to us without we even knowing if these quota approvals are really from the ministry. So you will see it online, they will share it with immigration, they will share it with the attaches. So online, we do the verification and everything goes well. It's a handshake, they call it, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we will take the last round of questions. Let's take as many as we can because I think this will be the very last since we're a bit pressed for time. So any other questions? Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, the Controller General, for spending so much time with us. I'd just like us to take a look at some of the questions that may have been missed out earlier. I know that there are some areas that are being worked on, but I think it may be good to have some confirmation on some areas. So there's the short visit visa, the transit without visa. We know that this policy has probably already been approved, but perhaps in the process of review in the near future, it could be considered as part of the ones that you can apply online and you can get the approval.
My colleague had asked about the additional EQ slot. What she was trying to say, maybe she didn't communicate it clearly, but the PAMSEC had talked about the establishment grant that you have 3 years, and then you can renew every 2 years, and then you have a 7-year period. The EQ handbook that is in place right now has a 7-year validity or lifespan for expiry quota approvals. Now, what you have in a situation with additional slots is that the initial term is 2 years. So the question is, when you then apply for the renewal the first time, you have 4 years, and then the second renewal, 6 years, and then there's 1 more year pending. So what we think could be done is that last year is when the quota approval could be termed non-renewable, and then only 1 year validity will be issued, so that aligns with the validity or the lifespan of quota. But what we found in recent engagement with some officials at the ministry is that they said that additional slots that are being renewed will only be valid for 6 years. And that seems to contrast with what is on the EQ handbook. So please, if you could help us look into that. Thank you.
To understand what you're saying again, I just repeated the process of our expatriate quota renewal. I mean, grants and renewal. So I need to understand, where is the last speaker? I need to understand what you're saying.
Yes. So for additional, thank you so much, ma'am, for the privilege on the audience. So for establishment grants, they're usually valid for the 3-year initial term. But if, for example, a company, is expanding its operations and decides to apply for additional, they will not normally get 3 years. They will get a 2-year term. And that then creates, that 1 year extra in terms of that 7-year cycle. So what we were asking is, if you then renew the first time, it gives you 4 years. You renew again, you get 6 years. And then you have 1 year pending on the lifespan of the quota.
No, I think you're getting it wrong. You don't tell us how we run our operations. We tell you how we run the operations, and you key into it. It's a ministry policy, right? It's a government policy. From the beginning. You know it from the beginning. So as a company, you should work with that. Okay? If it is a first grant, then you have 7 years for that quota. Mm-hmm. If it is additional, it is 6 years. So when you get the first one, it's 2 years, and then you can only renew for another 2 years, which makes it a total of 6 years for that particular additional expatriate quota that you are getting. For heaven's sake, how long does it take to understudy? Because what tends to happen is that you do 7 years, then you come for additional, you get another 6 years, making it 13 years. Nigerians are not so daft that in 13 years, they will not be able to take over the operations of a system. Much as we want expatriates to be in the country, we are not going to sell the jobs that Nigerians deserve to work on. So please, it is the principle of government. And since you already know that it exists, then you should work in line with that principle.
That's fine, ma'am.
And the clear explanation is that 13 years is enough for you to transfer skills to any Nigerian. Thank you.
Thank you, my PAMSEC. Yes, any more questions? You can see we're ready.
I am DCI Suleiman Tijani. All protocol duly observed. My question has to do with the new processes as far Nigerian Union Service Innovations 2025. I would like to ask one critical question. Or not, do we have a comprehensive data of expatriate companies that employ the services of expatriate in Nigeria? That is to enable us to integrate our services in line with the new innovations. Because in the absence of comprehensive data of the company that employed expatriates in Nigeria, there is going to be a lot of loopholes in the processes of executing these innovations. Then secondly, I would like to suggest that this initiatives or innovations should go in line with the Immigration Act 95, because in the absence of that, there's going to be a lot of legal issues that may arise or may land in court. That is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Okay, apologies. I'm not aware of a 2025 Immigration Act, but we'll be happy if you can reference us to the right place. Yes.
Monima, the permanent secretary, the CGIS. I want to know if we have any permanent until review position in the new quota regime. Because permanent until review, we call it PUR, is given for 10 years. I don't know if we still have that in the new visa regime. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, we have. It still exists, and the price is also online. Thank you.
So I think we'll just take 2 more questions and we would call it a day. 2 more questions. Yes, we have somebody there.
The CGIS, standing on the existing protocol. I want to ask, what is the fate of these expatriates after 7 years validity of the quota? Being aware that some of them owns these businesses, Nigerians who own businesses abroad or they work in other companies, they retire. They work and retire in those countries. There was no stipulated number of years for them to stay in those countries. So why are we limiting their stay in Nigeria 7 years due to the validity of the quota? Thank you.
Madam, expatriate quota is for particular expertise. It's not for the CEOs of the companies. So you start a company, expatriate quota is given where you cannot have any Nigerian with that skill. Where you do not have any Nigerian with that skill. That's the expatriate quota. So when you now come in, you are running a business, you also have to think about the fact that there has to be a succession plan to this business in the locality where you are operating. Every country has its rules. As a medical doctor, no matter the certificate I have, I cannot go to any country outside Nigeria and start a medical practice without an indigenous medical doctor. So it's the same thing across the board. So when you now get there, you train the people, the rules are very clear. You knew it before you started. And for those who want to stay beyond 7 years, go and apply for Nigerian citizenship if you meet. So there's an avenue for you to do that. The PUR that was referenced is also an avenue for those expatriates who are in the country working. So we have options. We are not saying that people should not stay in the country, but for specific things, we also do not want to sell the job roles of Nigerians to foreigners. And we are not driving them. We have so many other ways that can keep them in Nigeria, and quite a lot of them are in this country under various rules that allows them to stay in Nigeria and do business in Nigeria. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you, Pamsek, once again. Yeah, so we'll take the final question and bring this to a close.
A CGIS, the permanent secretary,
all other protocols duly observed. CIS Aisha from Makia Command. I want to answer a question. Somebody made mention that we normally delay passengers at the airport with the issue of TWWP. Most of those expatriates that comes, when we started, we had an experience with about 2 or 3. We noticed that the days they were given was less than the day approved for TWWP. So we have to find out from the service headquarters. And when they checked, they said we have to send the passport and that approval. So doing that would a little bit delay the passenger to get the property he deserves for him. And we have issue of networking. Sometimes the network is bad, it delays, we have to move around to make sure it's okay before we now give him the approval to move. So sometimes they say we delay passengers, it's not intentionally, but we have to do the right thing. An issue of exit and landing, most of them that comes, they don't know. So we have to teach them that day they come. We have to fill the form to them. They are aware so that they know anytime they are exiting, they will now apply on their own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we would bring this to a close. I just want to say thank you to the Honorable Minister of Interior in absentia, to the PAMSEC, we say thank you, and to our amazing CG, thank you very much, ma'am, for this opportunity. To all the panelists, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the time you've spent with us. Apologies for extending this and for starting late. And I do hope that this has answered most of your questions. I would encourage most of us, the materials that were handed out have a lot of information on them. Also visit the social media handles and the website for both the Ministry of Interior and the Nigerian Immigration Service. We've taken time to load these platforms with so much information, especially regarding some of the new innovative things that are being churned out. Thank you so very much and have a good evening. To my...
All right. Thank you very much. I think you've done a yeoman's job. Can we please appreciate them very warmly? And let me also plead with the convener and the permanent secretary to please do join them for a photograph. This is for the archives of the Nigerian Immigration Service. Please let's join them for a group photograph here. And then we won't be letting the PAMSEC who's standing in for the Honorable Minister wearing 2 caps at this auspicious occasion to return to her seat before we finally ask that you give a brief closing remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister. Can we please join them at that platform where we can take pictures? The President's Association of Retired Senior Officers and the Retired Senior Officers, please, ma'am, indulge us for a bit, please. Sorry, ma'am. We sincerely crave indulgence, please.
Okay. Okay. On behalf of the management of Nigeria Immigration Service, we'd like to appreciate the representative of the Inspector General of Police, who has been here and patiently waiting and is the last man standing. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for staying to the end of this event. We are very grateful and delighted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you very much. I think you should be standing on this other side for this picture, and as soon as you're done with that, we'll be inviting the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Interior, Federal Republic of Nigeria, who's represented at this segment by the woman I refer to as the workaholic Permanent Secretary, Dr. Magdalene N. Ajani, to please come forward with the Minister's closing remarks. Honorable Minister's Representative, Ma.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. To the CG, Nigerian Immigration Service, and her team, we want to appreciate you for this engagement with stakeholders. And for our stakeholders, we also appreciate you for coming. We thank you for your participation. This is just one out of the many stakeholders' engagement that we plan. Because we're in this business together, we must ensure that we all understand where we are going to, and we will all get there safely and surpass it. What Nigeria today is doing through the Nigerian Immigration Service is nothing new. We are just trying to catch up with the world and make sure that it's global best practice that is being observed in Nigeria. So we want to thank you. We love the feedback, and please continue giving us the feedback on all our available platforms. With time, there's going to be a dedicated call center, or do we already have that? We already have the call center. Please send those informations in on our social media, every available space, and we promise you that we will deal with those issues. Together, Nigeria will be great again. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Perhaps I didn't share with you that people who clap longer as they should live longer and healthier. Let's keep that applause a bit louder than that for the PAMSEC standing in for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Madam, we doff our hat, ma'am, very much. Please tarry with us a while as we bring this, as we're winding down, but then please be seated briefly. Thank you. I just want to announce that there will be a meeting between the convener, that's the CG of Nigeria Immigration Service, at 11 a.m. with all controllers. So please, 11 a.m. prompt tomorrow. That's what I mean. 11 a.m. for 11 a.m., please. And it's very crucial that you be in attendance at this meeting. Thank you very much for your time. As we bring this to a close, my colleague will handle this other aspect.
The Comptroller General Nigeria Immigration Service, the PAMSEC, I respectfully acknowledge your presence and thank you so very much for all you've been doing here today. At this point, permit me to bring to the podium for a closing remarks, vote of thanks, the ACG in charge of Visa and Residency, ACG Franca Waneka. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much.
The Permanent Secretary, the Controller General, Nigeria Immigration Service. I am ACG Franca Zuoma Waneka, ACG in charge of visa and residency. It is with great honor and appreciation that I stand before you today on behalf of the Controller General of Nigeria Immigration Service to express our profound gratitude at the conclusion of this stakeholders' sensitization workshop on major NIS innovations like the e-visa, landing and exit cards, ESEPAC, TWWP, amnesty program, e-gate, and border control automation. First and foremost, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Interior, the Permanent Secretary, the Controller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service. Their leadership, their commitment to progressive immigration reforms continue to steer the Nigeria Immigration Service towards global best practices. To the management team of Nigeria Immigration Service and all very senior officers here today, I extend my profound gratitude for your invaluable guidance and steadfast leadership behind the scenes. Your contributions are instrumental in advancing the service into a digital institution. And to our distinguished guests present today, we are deeply grateful for your time and your contributions. Your active engagements to further enrich our discussions on ensuring the smooth and effective implementation of these innovations are well appreciated. To every stakeholder here today, we do not take your presence and participation for granted. Your continued partnership is crucial as we work together to make the service provided for by the NIS a model for efficiency, security, and economic prosperity. To the committee members and other support officers, I commend your dedication and meticulous planning in making this engagement a success. Your efforts behind the scenes have ensured a productive and insightful engagement for us all today. Finally, as we move forward in line with the federal government of Nigeria's drive for renewed hope, I urge all of us to sustain this workshop, collaborate effectively, and remain committed to implementing these policies in a manner that benefits both Nigeria and the global community. Once again, thank you for your valuable contributions. Safe travels to your respective destinations. God bless you all. God bless the Nigeria Immigration Service, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
I'm not satisfied with that round of applause for her. It's been a very beautiful day together. And now, together we move forward stronger, smarter, and united in purpose. And as the African proverb says, reminds us, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Together, we have chosen today to go together, and surely we will go far. Do have a wonderful day, and think immigration, think reforms, think innovations. God bless you all.
We can do better than that. A more resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. Gradually, we've come to the end of this great workshop, and shortly we shall be drawing a curtain. But before that, we have the directive of the CG to inform all senior officers that the meeting for tomorrow is very compulsory. Attendance is compulsory for all ranks, DCGs, ACGs, and CIS. Please endeavor to attend. Announcements quite quickly. Someone lost this case. Please, if it is yours, you'll see us by the end of the day and retrieve it. I'm also informed that an officer lost a key to their car. If you found any car keys somewhere, please hand it over to the Secretariat at the end of the day to enable us. Give it to the owner, please. And we have clear instructions of the venue for the meeting for tomorrow is right here. As we request that media prepare for the national anthem to enable us close, may I say this, and very proudly so. I've never been prouder to be a Nigerian immigration officer. I know that I'm motivated and inspired to be a better immigration officer because I have a CG who is motivating and inspiring me, and I want to believe this is the same sentiments with every officer who is here today. So, in honor to our amiable CG, please, a standing ovation for Kemi Nana Nandap, the 19th Comptroller General, Nigeria Immigration Service. Thank you, Ma, for leading. We are glad to follow. Thank you so much, Ma. I'm also to inform all senior officers that there's some refreshment that you should not miss. Please endeavor to visit that tent and get something. Shall we have the national anthem as we draw a curtain to this event? Ma, first stanza only. Take note, first stanza only. National anthem, please.
Thank you very much. As you leave, may God bless you and journey mercies to your respective destinations. Thank you.
So I wish you all a very restful evening and see you tomorrow, bright and early, 11 a.m. Attendance is mandatory. And are you all listening? Okay. So I think it's very important for us to meet tomorrow so we can actually have an in-house discussion, because I think the fallout of what we've had today, we need to still sit down and have an in-house discussion. So it's very, very mandatory for every one of us to be present. Have a good evening and rest well.